Hey guys, tonight we're about to wander into the Ashanti Kingdom, a journey that's sure to be as hot as that Ghanaian sun. You probably won't survive this. Well, virtually, of course. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Don't be shy. Post your current location and local time over in the comments. Are you braving the night chill in Vancouver or escaping a rainy spell in Manchester? Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You feel the weight of the Ghanaian sun settle across your shoulders, an embrace you won't soon forget. It hits you with a surprising gentleness, despite its searing intensity. After a long, arduous journey, your feet finally touch the soil of the Ashanti lands. It's said the Ashanti Kingdom's roots stretch all the way back to the 15th century. Can you imagine centuries of rich history seeping through your sandals? The air is thick with the scent of exotic spices from nearby markets. The Ashanti Kingdom, a place where the art of weaving isn't just about making Kente cloth, but a vibrant tapestry of daily life. Historians still argue whether the name Ashanti comes from ANTI meaning because of war or something entirely different. Whatever the origin, there's palpable history in every step you take. You pause, admiring the landscape before you. Golden rays create dancing shadows across the streets, an ever-shifting mural of light and darkness. In the distance, you see the bustling main market. Stalls teem with golden treasures that hint at today's ceremonies. Every object you see is steeped in cultural heritage and economic power. Some say that the Ashanti gold trade significantly influenced global economies. Yes, even the very coins in your pocket. But don't get too distracted. Remember, gold wasn't always just about wealth here. It's believed that some sacred ingots were considered embodiments of the spirit of departed kings, bridging the past with the present. So, while you might eye those glittering artifacts, you're actually looking at stories, living, breathing histories of the land. Let's stroll through the palm-fringed dirt roads. You hear the rhythmic clinks of blacksmiths at work in tiny courtyard workshops. Each ingot they craft, each piece of gold adorned in their designs, pulses not only with financial weight, but ancestral honor. You might wonder, are these tools merely functional, or are they relics in their own right? As you wander, you feel the collective hum of the community. The Ashanti people are renowned for their communal spirit. They say no one here works alone. Even the simplest task gets a communal nod of approval. Historians still argue whether this ethos was born from necessity or an intrinsic value system. Either way, the sense of unity you feel is utterly disarming. And there's our local guide, wearing a Kente cloth that practically glows under the sun. A real eye-catcher, That fabric's colors tell tales of their own. Red for political and spiritual moods, green symbolizing renewal, and gold the ultimate symbol of wealth and high status. You can almost imagine being royalty for a day, draped in the same finery. Just don't expect anyone to carry you around on a throne, though. The road leads you toward the ceremonial grounds. Your mind drifts to the grandeur ahead. Think golden statues, opulent regalia, elaborate traditions. This isn't just any spectacle. It's the heartbeat of Ashanti culture. But wait, did you know some fringe theorists claim early Ghanaians used a hidden language embedded in their gold, a form of encrypted messaging? Talk about a silent conversation sparkling before your eyes. Whether that's true or just a whimsical fable, you'll soon discover. Your guide explains that every step here is a ritual in itself. The ceremonial paths are meticulously swept. You notice the attention to detail even in the smallest of pebbles. Not a speck is out of place, representing a society that deeply values order and meaning in every act. Historians still argue whether this meticulous care applies to ceremonial life or spills over into their everyday chores, too. And now, the grand palace looms ahead. It's the central stage where today's ceremony will unfold, a reminder that you're here for one of the most revered Ashanti traditions, gold weighing. Yes, gold's importance isn't just in owning it. Its true value lies in measuring, balancing, and honoring it. The Ashanti people perfected gold's ceremonial weighing well before standardized practices took hold in European markets. As you approach the palace grounds, you hear a steady rhythm, drums echoing through the air, mingling with melodic chants. This isn't just a cultural showcase. It's a living, breathing heartbeat that synchronizes every member of the Ashanti community. Historians still argue whether these melodies have African roots or influences from the ancient Middle Eastern trade routes. One thing's for certain: it's music that transcends borders. Your senses are in overdrive, perhaps a little too much. You're not alone. Others came before you and left anecdotes that can help you navigate. It's said that one particularly zealous traveler mistook ceremonial incense for just a bad case of heartburn medicine. Hopefully, you're better prepared. The palace gates finally swing open, and you're escorted toward the grand hall where the Ashanti royalty awaits. Your anticipation is punctuated by a fleeting memory of that crocodile dung sunscreen you forgot to reapply. A cheeky grin spreads across your face. They always forget to mention the need for that in travel prep videos, don't they? Breathtaking golden artifacts are on display, each piece more astounding than the last. But wait, notice the craftsmanship around those edges. It's believed by some that Ashanti artisans were among the first in Africa to use specific alloy techniques that modern metallurgists swear weren't invented until hundreds of years later. Talk about defying expectations. Just one more quirky fact to tuck away in your cerebral treasure chest. As you take your place among the observers, the elder steps forward. His words flow as smoothly as the rivers that wind through this vast kingdom, reminding everyone, and particularly you, that every drop of gold poured here represents continuity, responsibility, and unity. Gold's weight isn't just physical, it's the embodiment of collective values spanning generations. You settle into a reverent silence, your spirit now interlaced with this land's heartbeat, every breath filled with the scent of history, every step echoing stories. The ritual hasn't even begun yet, and you're already part of something much greater, something ancient, sacred, and undeniably human. As the elder concludes, and you prepare to witness the weighing ceremony, you realize this isn't just an event, but a living legacy. It's as if centuries of hushed whispers converge into this moment, and you, along with this vibrant community, are carrying their torch forward. You feel the heat, not oppressive, but embracing, as the sun settles over Ashanti lands. The air carries whispers of history as you tread forward. Here, every stone seems to pulse with stories far older than your grandparents' tales. After a journey that tested your patience, you finally arrived in Kumasi, a city whose streets are alive with stories you're about to uncover. Historians still argue whether these very roads bore the footprints of Ashanti royalty in their prime. Perhaps young King Osei Kwame once navigated these bustling paths, his movements a swift dance between solemnity and celebration. The thought brings a playful grin to your face. Imagine trying to dodge ceremonial processions while texting friends about your outfit, but then you'd find no signal in this ancient embrace. You find yourself gliding down these lively streets, each step echoing generations of footsteps. Kumasi, Kumasi, the name sings in your mind as your eyes dance over market stalls, bursting with vibrant fabrics and glinting jewelry. You're drawn to the gold. The gleaming ingots speak without words, their sheen a silent testament to Ashanti craftsmanship. And isn't that odd? Some experts say Ashanti goldsmiths could mold solid gold with techniques so refined. Modern methods still try to replicate them. No lasers or 3D printers here, just old-school Ashanti finesse. A sudden aroma hits, spices mingling with sweet, roasted nuts. You pause, inhaling deeply. There's something about these scents that grounds you, pulling you back centuries. You imagine elder artisans guiding apprentices through the sacred arts, their hands as practiced as their stories are rich. As you weave through the crowd, fingers brush against the warm, polished wood of ceremonial drums, their rhythm a heartbeat, anchoring the present to the past. Wait, didn't you hear that somewhere before? Right. In one of those forgotten documentaries, late at night, where you learned Ashanti war drums once dictated battles. Their rhythmic pulse became the heartbeat of entire armies. Talk about a historical Spotify playlist. Huh. As you move, you notice symbols etched into the very walls, adding motifs. Ancient emblems silently narrating proverbs of courage and wisdom. Fascinating how a single, swift line can convey lifetimes of learning, isn't it? You can almost see children tracing these symbols with curious fingers, absorbing the essence of their culture. With each mark, a street vendor calls out, beckoning you closer. His voice wraps around you, the language a melody you can't entirely grasp, yet its warmth is undeniable. Maybe he's sharing a secret the elders whisper about, how these markets once thrived under the watchful eyes of British traders who marveled at the Ashanti's intricate techniques. Talk about showing colonial know-it-alls the true meaning of craftsmanship. Ah, but here's where the history texts often trip. Did Ashanti traders actually predict today's global economy with their barter systems? Some fringe historians hint at hidden ledgers, revealing ancient Ashanti investments in, say, 17th century East Asian spices. Okay, maybe that's pushing it, but who doesn't love a conspiracy theory amidst their cultural immersion? The path ahead narrows, guiding you closer to the ritual grounds, where traditions still hold immense power. The air feels different here, each breath a whisper of stories untold and secrets held, almost as if the very ground beneath your feet remembers every incantation and invocation that once filled this space. Historians still argue whether these sacred grounds influenced the royal courts of Europe with their solemnity and mystique. Imagine Victorians fainting at the sight of Ashanti regalia. Talk about being upstaged by some serious bling. Nearby, an old man sets up a stall, his deft fingers working quickly to arrange ancient books. You pause. Are those handwritten manuscripts? Intrigued, you step closer. He catches your eye and offers a knowing smile, one that says, "Ah, yes, another curious soul seeking deeper wisdom." A gentle chuckle escapes before you can stop yourself. This guy's definitely the OG of Kumasi's information highway. You feel it again, that grounding, that connection. Time becomes blurry. Yesterday's journey, tomorrow's stories, all converge as you glide through these lively streets. Each turn a breath of ancient memory, each step a verse in a centuries-long poem. And Kumasi, oh Kumasi, you can feel her stories wrapping around you like the fabric of her markets, holding you tighter with every heartbeat. As you near the sacred grounds, your anticipation builds. This is the place where the tangible meets the ethereal. It's as if these streets lead not just to a location, but to another dimension of existence, one where gold isn't just an element, but a living essence. Experts think this place once hosted the world's earliest gold standard transactions. Yep, your piggy bank could have Ashanti roots. Look around. Even the shadows seem to echo the past. Maybe you'll catch a glimpse of a 19th century trader, his gaze locked onto a shimmering ingot, dreaming of fortunes beyond the horizon. Or perhaps you're simply walking in his footsteps, decades later, guided by a curiosity just as insatiable, and a wonder just as profound. And now the air shifts again. You move forward, drawn by history's invisible tether, toward a place where precision meets tradition. This is not just a destination. It's a journey through time. Each stone beneath you carries centuries of legacy. As you step forward, the past welcomes you, its arms wide open, inviting you deeper into its timeless dance. The path pulls you forward, one breath at a time, as you approach the ritual grounds. There's an energy here, a hum underfoot that whispers of ancient ceremonies and timeless traditions. The air thickens with reverence, tinged with the scent of burning sandalwood, old souls and earth bound together in fleeting smoke. You catch sight of a group gathering near the central platform. Figures draped in rich, woven cloths pass between you and the rising sun, casting shadows that dance like specters of yesterday's kings. This is where every ingot is not just metal, but a vessel holding the essence of Ashanti history and legacy. Did you know? The Ashanti Empire was one of Africa's most powerful kingdoms, flourishing as early as the 17th century. Their wealth in gold was legendary. But it wasn't just about the glitter. These gold ingots paid for armies and forged alliances across lands. As you watch, the elders prepare, their rituals meticulously detailed in ceremonies that have been passed down through decades. You wouldn't even think to pull out a smartphone here. There's an unwritten rule, a silent understanding. Time is both infinite and fleeting in this sacred space. Imagine, if you will, Ashanti warriors striding with such power and purpose that their mere mention in European texts caused diplomats to quake. Some obscure historians suggest that the intricate gold regalia could even predict their wealth's influence on future economies. A little out there, sure, but who could blame them for dreaming? You spot an elder, his face etched with stories too profound to fit in a single history textbook. His voice cuts through the murmur, commanding attention as he calls forth the ceremonial weighing tools. Each object scales, weights, ceremonial swords, gleams under the morning light, reflecting centuries of craftsmanship. Precision is paramount. They say Ashanti goldworkers' eyes could distinguish impurities invisible to modern optics. Talk about natural-born talent. Now, the elders' chants rise, a harmonious blend that feels like a heartbeat within this space. You almost expect a 17th century philosopher to pop up, notebook in hand, scribbling down observations. Some records argue still that Ashanti ceremonies might have inspired royal coronations in Europe. Can you picture a British monarch getting upstaged by the sheer opulence of Ashanti gold? Quite the image, isn't it? Watching the ingots being carefully placed, you feel the weight of history pressing against your shoulders. Those solid chunks of gold were once used to purchase entire villages, safeguard borders, and weave complex networks of trade routes. You chuckle softly, talking about getting a lot out of that daily gold bar subscription. Aren't they? One elder steps forth, holding an ancient scales. Historians argue whether these very tools could balance weights with a precision that today's technology still strives to match. Each movement here carries centuries of wisdom, each gesture is a syllable in a poem spanning generations. The elders perform the balancing ritual, their actions fluid, almost predestined. You lean in closer, eyes tracing the golden path of their ritual. Here, gold isn't just measured for its weight. To the Ashanti, it's an emblem of balance, purity, and harmony. The gold ingots reflect the sun like a mirror, reflecting the soul of the land, each gleaming surface capturing eons of light. The elders' voices blend with the sounds of the marketplace, creating a melodic harmony that makes you wonder, could this be where today's rhythmic drum beats in Ghanaian music originated? In this pivotal ceremony, not everything hinges on visible spectacle. Some experts believe the true weighing isn't just of gold, but of spirits, an invisible accounting of past ancestries and future promises. Each participant here, you realize, is not just a descendant of kings, but a custodian of legacies. Each ingot, a chapter in an unending story. The rhythmic chanting turns almost hypnotic. Historians still argue whether ancient rituals, such as these, included musical elements that might have been precursors to modern ceremonial dances seen today. Could the Ashanti have been syncing their heartbeats through centuries-old rhythms to achieve meditative states? Imagine a world where chants and scales aligned with universal frequencies to elevate human consciousness. You turn your head, catching sight of a golden mask shimmering under the elders' deft hands. These ceremonial objects, some believe, were not just decorative, but protective, meant to guard spirits from malevolent forces. Fringe theories suggest some of these objects might possess properties yet to be understood by modern science. Oh, if only they could add that to the next X-Files episode. A touch of Ashanti ancients thrown in for a spin. Time slows as the ingots settle, balanced to perfection. You marvel at how traditions adapt, yet remain untainted by modernity. Here, amid the swirling scents of incense and the echoing chants, you grasp the essence of Ashanti gold, not as currency, but a living thread in the cultural tapestry. This ritual is more than a ceremony. It's an invocation, a dialogue between the past and present, a sacred pause in the relentless march of time. As the sun climbs higher, casting a radiant glow over the proceedings, you feel a profound connection threading through you, a bridge between worlds. The elders' chants resonate, their melodies weaving dreams of olden glories with the promise of enduring legacies. Amidst the shimmering gold and ageless chants, you stand, a witness to something much larger than yourself, something unutterably profound, echoing through the ages. Here in this timeless dimension, you understand. It's not merely about the weighing of gold. It's the weighing of history, memory, dreams, each ingot a verse in a ballad of human endurance and creativity. The elders wrap up the ceremony, and as you move away, the sacred rhythm follows you, lingering long after you leave its embrace. Ceremony ends, but its whispers remain. A part of you stays, a silent vow to carry these echoes into the future, intertwining with your own story, much like these timeless ingots and the ancient chants. You find balance in each step as you move deeper into the ceremonial grounds here. Every moment hangs suspended between breaths. An elder with wise, calm eyes signals you closer. You sense this is a moment where history becomes tactile. The Ashanti's gold isn't just weighed, it's brought to life through centuries of meticulous practice. Did you know the Ashanti's gold weighing ceremonies were so precise? They're considered precursors to modern metrology. No digital scale required. These ancient experts could estimate ounces with astonishing accuracy, using only traditional methods passed through lineage. Truly, some ancestral talents get lost on modern resumes. Every gesture holds a story. As the elders delicately lift an ingot, their hands move in practiced synchrony. Historians still argue whether the Ashanti's method for determining absolute purity would put today's assay offices to shame. No one wrote down a manual for this technique. You see, it's as if they had their own ancestral cheat code for precision. Look closely at the scales, crafted from woods and ivory, balanced by centuries of adjustment. Some whispers suggest they possess qualities beyond mere physics. Fringe archaeologists even theorize that certain ingots might have been imbued with spirit weight, an unmeasurable force that would baffle any contemporary scientist. Sounds like something Indiana Jones would have packed in his bag, doesn't it? You notice how each elder speaks in low tones, a language spoken through motion, nearly as much as words. You lean in, catching phrases that float like hymns in the warm morning. Precision, you realize, isn't just a principle, it's a reverence. Here, the act of balancing gold is not a test, but a ritual, a sacred dance that weaves together material and metaphysical truths. In front of you, another ingot joins the precision ballet. The elders know these weights are more than just metal against metal. They represent tributes to the earth, blessings, and bonds of kinship. Watching them, you're struck by how Ashanti philosophy intertwines daily tasks with universal laws of balance and harmony. Perhaps, as old tailies murmur, this wisdom even inspired early philosophical inquiries about justice and equilibrium. In ancient Greece, they might have traded a bit more than just gold, huh? The air thickens with anticipation as the ceremony reaches its zenith. An elder's eyes lock with yours, and for an instant, you're transported back to eras long past, trading caravans arriving laden with wealth, kings decreeing laws forged in the shimmer of gold ingots. Gold here isn't just measured, it's mythologized, turned into legends that outlive empires. Just ask any child in this lineage, and they'll likely recount some epic spun from these very ingots. Look at the subtle intricacies. As the balance beam swings ever so slightly, perfect equilibrium. You can almost imagine how these very tools may have inspired early mechanical designs in Europe. Some Alternative historians claim that Ashanti artisans' craft influenced even Renaissance clockwork mechanics, who knew every tick-tock might secretly be echoing ancient Ashanti rhythms. Makes Swiss watches seem like newbies. You glance at the faces around you, etched with lines from ages of wisdom. Here, each ingot tells a tale of diplomacy, of villages connected through shimmering threads, of warriors sworn to the gleam of gold. Some even believe hidden elements in the ingots could hold secret codes of power, akin to mystical languages only decipherable through ancient wisdom. Now that's a plot twist that would leave Tolkien pondering. With each perfectly balanced ingot, a sense of completion washes over you. No need for calculators. This harmony is palpable, almost audible in the ceremonial chants, blending with the morning breeze. Could today's meditation practices have roots in such rhythmic balancing rituals? You wonder. Maybe monks in monasteries first found Zen in the rhythmic oscillations of these very scales. There's a reverence in the air, like every molecule around you vibrates with history, responsibility, and awe. In this moment, the sheer magnetism of ancient practices draws you in, reminding you of the delicate interplay between material wealth and spiritual richness. As the elders' voices rise in unison, a deep part of you recognizes this is where the weight of time is truly felt, measured not just in grams, but in the echoes of generations. As the ceremony reaches its end, a profound tranquility settles over you. The elders' movements slow, the chants soften, and the weights that seemed monumental dissolve into whispers of old. You realize that this ritual isn't just about measuring gold. It's about measuring the essence of life itself, a timeless balance beautifully preserved through each generation's touch. With a final nod from the eldest, the moment unfolds. You are now part of a continuum where gold, balance, and wisdom interweave to forge the heart of a timeless legacy. Carry these echoes forward into whatever path lies ahead. Here, amid the ritual, you grasp a simple yet profound truth. In the heart of the Ashanti Empire, precision in practice has always echoed the universal rhythm of life itself. You transition from the weighing ceremony into an isle of antiquity. Each step echoes with the footfalls of countless ancestors. Experts show you artifacts that carry lineage more than mere objects. They're vessels of history, each holding its own epic. Historians still argue whether the true value of these pieces lies in their weight or in the stories they whisper. First, you encounter the golden stool. Its presence demands reverence. This isn't just a symbol, it's the soul of the Ashanti Kingdom, believed to house the spirits of the nation itself. Some legends say it descended from the heavens on a golden cushion, uniting the clans long before European thrones were even dreamed up. Fancy some celestial delivery for your living room decor. Your fingertips graze the surface of an elaborate gold necklace. Intricate carvings tell tales of kings who wore it during decisive battles. Some claim it was an ancient compass, subtly guiding the wearer toward safe passages. Fringe theorists even suggest its design mirrors constellations that once mapped warriors' secret nocturnal paths. Maybe next time you use GPS, thank the stars or this necklace. Nearby, a series of small, enigmatic figurines gleams. Their faces are weathered, yet hold a profound serenity. These figures might be emissaries of forgotten gods, or merely clan elders immortalized in timeless metal. Even experts can't agree whether these are divine portraits or brilliant diplomacy tools used during trade negotiations. Talk about ancient influencer marketing. A large, beautifully crafted mace rests on a pedestal. Historians still argue whether it was a weapon or a ceremonial instrument invoking protection. Its gold-inlaid surface reflects both the sun and the moon, suggesting dual purposes, defense and honor. Perhaps it served as the ultimate multifunction tool before Swiss Army knives were just a glint in some inventor's eye. Then you stumble upon a curious, handheld mirror, far more intricate than any vanity accessory. Some historians speculate it might have been a ritual item, reflecting not just faces, but fortunes. Could these polished surfaces have been used in ancient fortune-telling, catching not just light, but glimpses of the future? Imagine swiping left on destiny instead of dating apps. Lastly, you examine a small, ornate crown. Its design suggests it was more symbolic than regal. Whispers around it claim it was once part of sacred rites, worn during spiritual ceremonies that forged bonds beyond earthly realms. One quirky theory even posits it was an ancient Wi-Fi router, aligning its wearer with cosmic frequencies. You've come a long way from that, unless you count your smart home devices as today's mystical artifacts. Each artifact in this hidden gallery not only represents wealth, but encapsulates wisdom, the kind etched over decades, perhaps even centuries. They remind you that in Ashanti philosophy, balance isn't only a physical act, but an eternal dance between material and metaphysical truths. And here you are, amid these echoes of the past, realizing that maybe some of our modern inventions have roots deeper in the earth than we ever suspected. As you step away from these relics, you carry more than just mental images. These pieces have imprinted themselves into your understanding of balance, history, and essence. With every turn in this gallery, you feel enmeshed in a larger story, each artifact a chapter that bridges eras and philosophies. Now stepping out of the vault, you reflect on the layers of meaning, a treasure more enduring than gold itself. You realize these artifacts aren't just artifacts. They're living chapters of a civilization that meticulously balanced its spirit, wisdom, and identity for centuries. In your heart, you know these symbols will continue to guide you as you move forward, forever attuned to their ancient rhythms. Dust motes dance in the sunlight, filtering through the vault's narrow windows. you follow the experts deeper into the enclave. Today's focus isn't on artifacts, but the very essence of trade itself, gold dust. These shimmering grains hold secrets of the earth and human ingenuity. Historians still argue whether the meticulous craft of assessing gold dust's purity came before or after larger ingot traditions. Your guide picks up a small vial filled with the glimmering substance. Just a pinch of this could spark trade across cities, empires, even continents. A single gram of gold dust might once have secured life-changing agreements faster than today's digital contracts. Imagine the whole blockchain, but in glittering granules. The methods to evaluate this precious resource could have fit in your pocket. One technique involved the assaying stone, a simple slab used to grind and test purity for millennia. They might seem primitive now, but these strategies paved the way for modern metallurgy. Experts think some traditional methods could even be more resilient than our digital scales, which, let's admit it, can crash at the very worst moment. You notice rows of delicate sieves. These weren't just for sifting. They revealed hidden stories in every grain's travel. Coarser sieves caught large flakes, indicating fresh mines, while finer meshes trapped aged, eroded particles, each telling tales of rivers and mountains. Imagine geotagging your social photos with actual geological data. Here's a surprise. Gold dust played a role in pharmacology centuries ago. Some fringe historians claim ancient healers mixed gold dust into tonics, believing in its curative properties. Next time you see glittery detox waters, thank ancient wisdom or marketing savvy. Approaching a sunlit table, you see gleaming scales and weighing stones. These weren't just about measurement. They were precise instruments of trust. Experts meticulously balanced microscopic variations in gold dust, each grain a promise of value. Such precision has historians bickering over whether these methods influenced early banking practices or were themselves the world's first currency trading tools. Talk about being ahead of Wall Street. Nearby, you spot delicate glass vials. Historians still argue whether these were used to transport or display. Transparent containers held at an arm's length, like the world's most extravagant Instagram story. Every tilt could mean fortune or failure, depending on the weight and luster within. Maybe influencers really do have ancient roots minus the filters. The next station showcases traditional gold dust storage, elaborate ivory containers, and woven baskets. Not only did they hide wealth, they protected against loss. Gold dust could slip through fingers easily, too easily. Experts theorize that these storage solutions were engineered for both mobility and security, perhaps inspiring our modern combination locks and biometric security systems. Let's detour toward the quirky. Did you know some regions believed embedding gold dust into everyday clothes brought fortune? There's even a speculative theory that Ashanti nobility's attire inspired modern metallic fashion, long before we started attending award shows glittering head to toe. Finally, you observe a section where experts demonstrate carat purity assessments. They mix various elements in precise ratios, like alchemists. A pinch here, a careful flame there. Historians can't quite pin down whether these practices originated from trade demands or ritualistic purification. Could your next lab technician really be channeling ancient goldsmiths as you leave the chamber filled with minuscule treasures? You're astounded at how much value resides in something so minute. The expertise of those who assess, the weight they give to each tiny grain. It's like watching expert chess players making moves with grains of sand. You're starting to see how Ashanti's mastery of these microscopic resources was the cornerstone of trade, survival, and legacy. Maybe we really are just reinventing the dust. One final glance shows you the gleam and glimmer of history itself. Walking away, you realize that even today, gold's smallest forms hold secrets, wisdom, and perhaps that tiny spark of ancient magic we've chased for centuries. The gallery doors close behind you, and the echoes of the past linger on the air as your journey continues. You're led into a room where time seems to stand still, guided by voices carrying tales older than written records. Here, elders gather, voices etched with wisdom, skin bearing the maps of many summers. Historians still argue whether oral traditions like these preserved true historical events or transformed them into legendary whispers over decades. Each elder wears stories like woven patterns in their Kente cloth. They speak of a period when gold wasn't merely a commodity, but a living thread connecting land, spirituality, and governance. Imagine boardroom meetings where stock portfolios were traded for mystical incantations and divine favors. Maybe Wall Street should take notes. One elder, with silver hair braids trailing like ancient rivers, recalls the Adwira festival. During this time, each Ashanti town would display their gold to honor ancestors. Gold isn't just wealth, they say. It's a collective heartbeat, carrying the pulse of our people through centuries. You can almost hear the clinks of golden adornments resonating through market squares, a symphony of cultural pride. You learn that not all gold legends are grandiose. There's a quirky tale about how some Ashanti miners believed whistling underground would alert mischievous spirits and bring them good fortune. Some old-timers swear modern miners still carry this tradition, humming softly to rocks, as if crooning a lullaby to stubborn mountains. It makes you wonder, could there be mining drones humming Abba deep in our server mines today? As the elders recount the legend of Anansi, the spider trickster who stole wisdom by sneaking into the sky god's palace, you see parallels to modern hustle. Isn't entrepreneurship, one elder chuckles, just Anansi in a business suit? That image lingers, corporate boardrooms filled with spiderweb diagrams rather than pie charts. Here's a truth that might surprise. Ashanti gold wasn't just used for commerce. It was protection. One elder explains that warrior amulets, called apara, were crafted with flakes of pure gold thought to absorb curses and negative forces. Historians still debate whether these were genuine protective relics or clever psychological tools, bolstering soldiers' confidence. Talk about ancient performance anxiety remedies. You notice an elder polishing a ceremonial scepter. Each twist of the wrist reveals generations of craftsmanship. Gold is a guardian, they mention, not just of riches, but of our memory, holding our history in its gleam. Makes you think of photo albums, only instead of fading prints, each gold piece is a high-definition archive. The room's centerpiece is a massive scale, larger than any you've seen before. Not for weighing the tiny grains or dust, but ingots that represent familial fortunes, community bonds. This scale's legacy stretches back to treaties and alliances secured through balanced metals. Imagine today's economic summits scaled down to a literal golden balance, every ounce a diplomat's promise. These elders weave past and present seamlessly. They recount how olden kings would weigh their own fortunes against those of their provinces. Gold served as both wealth and moral compass. Were they the world's first fiscal watchdogs? One elder quips, turning the term financial oversight into something far more literal. Visionary accountants, perhaps. An elder taps you gently on the arm, pointing to a mural depicting early trade routes. Gold moved beyond borders, they say. Stories spread faster than the metal itself. You think back to viral stories, crossing digital realms quicker than any package courier ever could. Their narratives, rich with layered meanings, reveal that gold wasn't an end, it was a beginning. Each ingot, each dust grain, birthed countless tales of bravery, sacrifice, and innovation. This network of stories created a communal memory more binding than any contract, one you can carry wherever you go. As the elders conclude, there's a palpable sense that the stories are now nestled within you, ready to carry forward. Walking away, you realize history isn't just remembered, it evolves through every voice, every retelling. The room fades behind you, echoing with timeless wisdom as your journey carries on. The sun dips low, casting golden hues through the ceremonial grounds. You step into a neighborhood bustling with laughter, and the tantalizing aroma of grilled plantains mingling with the crisp scent of fresh cotton. Here, families emerge from tight-knit compounds, each house an emblem of Ashanti solidarity. You pause by a doorway, where a grandmother cradles a grandchild in a cloth nearly glowing with intricate adinkra symbols. They tell you these patterns aren't just designs. Each mark is a living proverb passed down through generations. Historically, adinkra cloth served as funeral attire, now woven into daily life. Historians still argue whether this symbolized mourning or life's continuity wrapped in artistic expression. Laughter erupts from another courtyard, where children turn every pot and pebble into kingdom treasures. Once, every village would bring their finest children to weigh against symbolic gold ingots. An onlooker explains. You envision tiny scales tipping under the weight of dreams and aspirations, balancing laughter with legacy. Perhaps today's kindergartens should trade gold stars for actual ingots. In a corner, an elder recounts the tale of Nananum Empau, underwater guardians who protect Ashanti heritage. Some swear these spirits can appear as half-human, half-fish beings, demanding offerings of solid gold. Others claim they are protective ancestors, morphed into watery fables. Historians still discuss whether these tales are remnants of lost kingdoms or playful imaginings. Makes you wonder what's lurking around in your own swimming pool. Families gather under massive silk cotton trees, their roots weaving stories as old as time. One elder narrates how the Ashanti Confederation was formed under a canopy similar to this. Gold was the link, alliances forged not in boardrooms, but under nature's cathedral. Imagine negotiating peace treaties without Wi-Fi or coffee stands. Talk about a different kind of connectivity challenge. Your guide leads you to a courtyard, hosting an impromptu drumming circle. Feet tap in syncopation, blending communal heartbeats with ancestral rhythms. Each beat echoes with the spirit of Sankofa, meaning return and get it. This philosophy isn't about nostalgia, but proactive learning. You remember a time you tried reclaiming old mixtapes from your attic. Sankofa, tech-free style. Children dash between legs as agile as the Ashanti warriors of old, their games mirroring the strategic precision required for gold distribution. Elders chuckle, pointing out that gold, far from being hoarded, circulates through communal hands. Wealth here flows like river streams, one grandmother notes, eyes twinkling. Makes you rethink today's hoarding of obscure vinyl records as actual wealth. A particularly animated grandmother pulls you aside and shows you a miniature stool crafted from gold-dipped wood. This was a symbol of authority, she says softly, handed down in every family. Stools weren't merely furniture, but vessels of collective memory, linking generations under shared experiences. Historians still ponder whether the golden stool itself was a physical object or a metaphor for unity. Guess it's like wondering if your great-grandpappy's stories were more valuable than the knickknacks you found in the attic. As families break into song, you observe the seamless blend of tradition and modernity. Young girls in school uniforms dance beside elders in Kente-trimmed shawls. The community's heartbeat syncs with the melodies, binding both through notes of gold and laughter. You think of modern families, their bonds often tethered to digital screens instead of shared rituals. A golden chain replaced by Wi-Fi networks. In a shaded alcove, a young couple whispers sweet nothings while polishing a small gold artifact. They joke how it's not just the gold that binds, but the time spent crafting these pieces together. You wonder aloud if couples ever etched wedding vows onto USB drives, romance in bite-sized format. You take a moment to observe the communal fires lighting up courtyards. Elders recount stories while stirring pots of fufu and peanut soup, each flavor steeped in centuries of tradition. Families break bread and gold, reminding that richness isn't merely in material, but in shared warmth. You think back to microwave dinners, wondering if there's a Goldilocks setting for family bonding. Leaving the courtyard, you carry with you stories that transcend wealth, threads of laughter that hold communities together. Time may fade kingdoms, but family ties forged through gold will echo across generations. With a heart enriched by these bonds, your journey continues, carrying not just tailies, but the very essence of Ashanti unity. The sun dips further, but the glow of community remains etched in your memory. Your steps echo the legacy as you follow the cobblestones to the palace's heart. The golden sun casts long shadows, dancing along the ancestral walls that have stood proud for centuries. Kumasi's regal history fills each corner with echoes of grandeur. You step into the throne room, where light bathes the space in warm hues. The room pulses with the stories of those who once sat on the golden stool, a relic embodying the soul of the Ashanti nation. Experts believe it was never meant to touch the ground, symbolizing the sacredness of Ashanti heritage. Historians still argue whether the golden stool ever truly existed as a physical object, or was always a revered metaphor for unity. The room whispers tales of great kings. One quirky corner holds an ingot said to grant wisdom. Elders claim you can hear council debates by holding it against your ear. You try, but only catch the whoosh of your own circulation. Guess it's like claiming meditation cushions make you zen, half placebo, half relaxation. Rows of intricately designed gold crowns sparkle under the palace skylight. Each crown is a testament to the Ashanti's masterful craftsmanship. These pieces weren't just status symbols, but historical diaries, capturing everything from military triumphs to celestial events. One particularly bold theory suggests that certain crowns were designed with hidden maps of secret gold mines, though historians still debate if this was a strategic safeguard or mere embellishment. Rich tapestries drape the walls, their threads glittering with gold filament, an art form that makes modern golden thread look like bargain basement novelty. Elders tell of queens who would wear outfits crafted with these threads, each step whispering the stories of their lineage. Imagine strutting down a runway if you dared to wear your entire credit union's assets. At the center sits a replica of the golden stool, placed atop an elevated platform. Surrounding the stool are various ceremonial items, each intricately designed and infused with symbolic meaning. Gold here isn't just precious metal, it's a language. A single bracelet can convey an entire lineage if you know how to read its curves and etchings. It's like wearing an ancestral story, a more eye-catching option than social media profiles. A guardian stands vigil beside the golden stool, clad in traditional robes embroidered with gold thread. His posture is unwavering, reminding you of the respect and duty commanded by such sacred relics. The guardian explains the importance of the Aqua City Festival, where the golden stool is paraded and revered, symbolizing the unity and strength of the nation. Picture that kind of dedication applied to, say, pumpkin spice lattes. Each October, a glint catches your eye, drawing you toward a smaller, seemingly simple necklace resting in an alcove. The humble piece reveals ancient secrets. It's said that during wartime, the stool would be safeguarded using such seemingly insignificant items. This particular necklace was rumored to distract invaders, diverting attention away from the true treasures. Historians still discuss whether this necklace's simplicity was tactical genius or an overplayed decoy. Guess even crooks aren't immune to shiny object syndrome. In another alcove, ancient scrolls and maps crafted on delicate animal skin are laid out, each marked with gold-embossed symbols. One map is considered a hidden treasure, detailing the locations of mythical gold deposits known only to royalty. It's the ultimate X marks the spot scenario, making modern digital treasure hunts look like glorified scavenger games. An elder shows you a ceremonial mask, its intricate design mirroring the craftsmanship of those who would have worn it during grand processions. The mask, studded with small gold pieces, was believed to connect the wearer with the divine, sort of a spiritual Instagram filter, ensuring you wore your best for the ancestors. Historians still argue about the mask's true purpose. Was it purely ceremonial? Or did it function as an ancient GPS linking royalty with the metaphysical realm? You notice a peculiar bracelet, simple in design, yet compelling in presence. It's known as the balance circle, symbolizing perfect harmony and equilibrium in the universe. Some fringe theory enthusiasts believe this bracelet was used by ancient scholars to predict celestial events, but evidence remains elusive. It's been likened to Stonehenge's rumored astronomical calculations, yet in a form you could actually wear to a Renaissance fair. As dusk approaches, the palace glows with the warm light of setting sun. You take a final glance at the golden stool, its aura whispering centuries of stories. This room, filled with gold and tradition, serves as more than a treasury. It's a time capsule, binding those who came before with those who will come after. The journey isn't complete, but it feels timeless, standing amidst the artifacts that shaped an empire. Each crown, every map and bracelet serves as a piece of a complex puzzle, weaving a tapestry that stretches beyond gold and into the realm of human experience. Each step out carries you back into the twilight, your thoughts still shimmering with the weight of Ashanti's regal history. The palace's twilight hush wraps you as you transition into the courtyard, where the spiritual core of Ashanti heritage pulses beneath your feet. You've read about these sacred sites, but standing here feels like stepping into the chapters of a history book, letting its stories surround you. This ground is hallowed, layered with prayers, processions, and ancestral whispers that echo through time. The spiritual leaders circle a grand altar where gold and ritual converge. Here, where tradition hums beneath each chant, the Ashanti weave their sacred practices with the metal that forms their legacy. They use ancient incantations believed to date back to the original founding of the kingdom in the 17th century. One historian even theorized that these prayers were composed by a king who was, wait for it, trained in astronomy. Sounds like your Renaissance man archetype, only in Ghana. You watch as a priest sprinkles ritualistic herbs on the altar's gold-edged surface. These aren't just decorative. Each plant carries spiritual significance, believed to purify the space and invoke divine blessings. Some of the herbs, like basil and lavender, even found their way into Cleopatra's cosmetics. Talk about olden world influencers sharing beauty secrets through the centuries. Incense spirals upward, mingling with the scent of soil and blossoms carried by evening winds. This sensory blend is as grounding as those overpriced wellness experiences that promise transformation once you pay an arm and a leg. Here, though, transformation feels authentic, like your spirits getting a free spa treatment, ancient style. Elders stand around the altar in a semicircle, chanting softly as they trace the air with their hands, drawing unseen sigils into the ether. Each gesture, each word, adds another thread to the tapestry of spiritual protection enveloping this sacred ground. There's a fringe theory out there. Yeah, the internet never gets boring, claiming that these sigils might have encrypted messages hidden within their motions. Some cryptologists think they could decode the meanings, but it's still up for debate. Historians still argue whether the hand patterns have actual linguistic origins or serve purely symbolic functions. At the center of the circle lies a ceremonial scale, gleaming with polished gold plates and intricate carvings. This isn't just for measuring weight. It's the heart of the ritual, symbolizing divine balance and the Ashanti people's perpetual quest for equilibrium. The scale's creation dates back centuries and is considered one of the empire's most masterful works of art. Some argue it's not just a symbol. Some claim it was inspired by the balance scales used in ancient Egyptian trade systems, though evidence remains murky. Each member of the council steps forward, placing a small gold offering on the scale, an act believed to weigh their intentions against the divine. It's a fascinating mix of pragmatism and spirituality, kind of like balancing your monthly budget, only here, you're literally balancing the cosmic checkbook. If this scene were recreated in today's pop culture, gold offerings might just be blessed hashtags. The air shimmers with collective reverence as the balance reaches equilibrium. Elders claim achieving perfect balance here signifies the god's favor, ensuring harmony within the kingdom and beyond. It's like a celestial thumbs up, only much, much older. You ponder how modern societies have traded scales for stock tickers. Yet maybe we could all stand to regain that ancient, grounded sense of balance. You lean back, taking in the grandeur, gold-plated wisdom resting, not just in the physical weight, but in the weight of tradition, of generations who have come and gone. The stories interwoven in these rituals are as complex and glittering as the artifacts that adorn the palace. Each layer adds its own luster. Each repetition strengthens its message. You're not just an observer, you're an honorary thread in this centuries-old tapestry. As the final echo of the chants whispers into silence, you contemplate the depth of this heritage. It's not merely about the gold, although, who are we kidding? Gold's pretty darn significant, but it's more this connection, this balance, this enduring sanctity that's been maintained over centuries. As you leave the courtyard, the sun dips below the horizon, leaving you with a lingering sense of awe and an unspoken promise. There's always more to discover. The sun has long since dipped below Kumasi's horizon, but the city's pulse only grows stronger, drawing you into its vibrant nighttime tapestry. You weave through lively stalls that stretch down narrow cobblestone streets, each vendor's call a note in the market symphony. Here, commerce isn't confined to daylight hours. It lives and breathes through the night, just like the communities that have thrived on these very roots for centuries. Your eyes scan a stall laden with glistening gold ingots, some large enough to be wedding rings, others so small they'd slip unnoticed through curious fingers. The sight might seem anachronistic to an outsider, but these markets have been Ashanti trade hubs since as early as the 17th century. You lean closer, watching a skilled merchant expertly weigh the bars, his deft fingers catching the flicker of lamplight. Each ingot isn't just metal, it's a currency of history, stories chiseled in gold. One quirky piece of lore you recently read whispers through your thoughts. Some scholars believe certain ingot shapes were designed to mimic the curves of famous Ashanti warrior armor. Historians argue fiercely over this claim, whether defensive, ornamental, or purely accidental. The ingot's shapes remain a testament to the kingdom's multifaceted relationship with gold. Beyond ingots, the marketplace pulses with life. Fabrics flutter between piles of vibrant spices and ceramics, each trade offering a slice of Ashanti existence. Amid the stalls, you catch sight of an elderly woman haggling over tiny golden discs. These aren't just decorative baubles. They're a historical trade essential. Once known as golden beans in local folklore, they date back to a time when gold dust was literally measured by the bean size weight. Talk about your literal grain of truth. A soft-spoken vendor catches your eye, gesturing toward an arrangement of beads woven through ancient-looking scales. The craftsmanship could outcraft any museum exhibit you've seen, and you remember the ceremonial scale from earlier. The fringe theory pops back into your thoughts. Could these ornate scales hide symbols similar to the altar sigils? Though most experts believe the designs are purely decorative, a recent excavation unveiled scale fragments covered in enigmatic etchings. Historians still argue whether these designs served monetary record-keeping functions or purely ceremonial purposes. Around you, bargaining laughter mingles with soft drums, the rhythm carrying tales as ancient as the trade routes themselves. One vendor offers you a taste of spiced kelwell, and as the flavors burst in your mouth, you think of how these culinary traditions meld perfectly with the economic engine of the gold market. It's like tasting the heartbeat of a culture through a bite-sized snack. Evening shadows gather as you meander deeper into the market. Traders exchange not just goods, but tales and laughter, their lively banter transforming the marketplace into a living history book. It's fascinating how a stroll through these vibrant marketplaces can be like walking through time itself, where every corner, every aroma holds fragments of stories. Kind of makes your average shopping mall seem like a lackluster comparison as you pause to appreciate a dazzling display of intricately patterned jewelry. You recall how Ashanti gold ornaments have been discovered in places as distant as ancient Egypt. Some even believe they found their way into Cleopatra's royal collections. The thought of cultures centuries apart sharing a medium as simple and yet profound as gold dust feels strangely humbling. And who knows, maybe one of these pieces in front of you could be the next artifact ending up in someone's historical debate. Crisp night air brings another vendor's call, drawing you toward a stand laden with small amulets. You eye a miniature ceremonial weighing scale, a miniature replica of those you saw earlier today. Whether purely ornamental or imbued with ritual significance, these little icons carry echoes of the Ashanti's legendary skill in both craftsmanship and commerce. It's a quirky thought, but could these tiny scales have served as trade talismans, bringing good fortune, much like how your great-aunt swears by her 4-leaf clover keychain before you leave? One last merchant catches your attention with an assortment of ceremonial masks, each telling a story of its own. These aren't mere decorations. They embody generations of narrative, embodying themes of life, balance, and power. You trace a golden mask with your eyes, remembering how ancient balance scales held the symbolism of this very equilibrium. You think about the elder ceremonies, the precise ways they honored the balance. Here, the market's pulse brings its own ceremonial importance, echoing across centuries, blending into the Ashanti's timeless rhythm. As your steps finally pull away from the marketplace's allure, the distant drums grow fainter, but no less alluring. And you carry a weight of stories, of gold's living legacy, with you. The pulse of Kumasi doesn't just linger in the air. It's etched into your own beating heart, beckoning you to return, to uncover more tales within this golden city's vibrant veins. You stand on a hillside, the city of Kumasi glowing below you in the twilight, a constellation of lanterns and fires. Here, stories of olden Ashanti greatness breathe through the night air. The breeze carries tales whispered across generations, tales not found in any modern history textbook. As you look toward the horizon, you think of Osei Tutu, the founder of the Ashanti Empire. This leader united numerous states and tribes under a powerful federation in the early 18th century, an era that historians still argue was more alliance of convenience than true unification. Was it his strategic brilliance, or perhaps a masterstroke of diplomacy that cemented his legacy? You might never know for sure, but walking these grounds feels like holding history's pulse in your palm. Below you, the golden glow catches on the surface of Kumasi Lake. You remember the fringe theory about this very lake being a secret repository for the king's most sacred items. Some legends swirl about sunken chests of pure gold bricks protected by mystic ceremonies. You can almost imagine the glint beneath rippling waves, and Aladdin's cave guarded by ancestral spirits. But hey, no waterproof gold dust measuring scales provided in this dream's inventory. A footpath winds past the Manhia Palace, the residence of the Ashanti, the Ashanti king. You take a step, envisioning him adorned in traditional dress during a public appearance, weighing gold as a rite of both commerce and politics. These ceremonies weren't merely about material richness, but carried the weight of political power. Think of it as both tax assessment and coronation combined. And historians, they can't quite agree whether these weighing ceremonies served exclusively political ends, or if they were also deeply spiritual. Maybe it was a bit like a state dinner crossed with a holy day. As the air thickens with nocturnal energy, you hear soft singing, a group gathering to honor olden Ashanti heroes. It's fascinating to ponder how culture preserves itself in such communal acts. You stand there, humbled by these living traditions. Maybe they'll craft a song in your memory too, or maybe just send you a selfie. In a secluded nook, you find a stone altar, much like what you saw earlier, worn smooth by countless ceremonial gestures. It's said that some elders performed weight-measuring rituals here, balancing symbolic golden items to invoke blessings. Think of it like a spiritual scale, tipping the balance toward fortune in both material and metaphysical realms. Whether it's considered prayer, incantation, or ancient accounting, historians argue to this day about the nuances of its meaning. Each visit makes the history more layered, more real. You wander to the base of a giant baobab tree, a silent sentinel standing since well before Ashanti craftsmen ever shaped their first ceremonial scale. Here, the wood holds echoes of stories as old as the continent itself. Some experts think olden Ashanti kings sought counsel beneath trees like this one, making decisions that shaped empires. And let's be honest, sitting on a hand-carved throne all day can't beat a leafy boardroom. Nearby, a group of artisans work on new scales for the morning ceremonies, a blend of old techniques meeting modern demands. Their precision is mesmerizing. Tiny hammers and chisels shaping gold threads into something that transcends mere commerce. This craft has been passed down through generations. It's less trade school, more lifelong apprenticeship. You watch, feeling the significance of each delicate ingot and balance arm. Just imagine what Etsy would do for this kind of craftsmanship. As you move through the city, it's clear. These tailies of Ashanti gold are not confined to dusty archives. They live in every object. Every ceremony, history is being written with each step. Even as night yields to dawn, Kumasi pulses with the spirit of its ancestors, and you carry those echoes, an immortal weight of stories etched within your thoughts. You feel both timeless and present, as though walking through centuries, with each footstep resonating through the ages. So when you leave Kumasi, it's not just the memories etched in gold you carry. It's a living legacy, a connection to a rhythm as ancient as Ashanti itself. As you trace the paths these legendary kings once walked, their shadows walk beside you, guardians of a history waiting to unfold, one golden moment at a time. You pause for a moment, watching the skilled artisans at their benches, masters of transformation. Each piece they craft embodies the legacy of Ashanti gold, a lineage of artistry stretching back to the heart of West African civilization. In the olden days, it was said that Ashanti blacksmiths could divine the future from molten metal. Folklore claims their anvils would sometimes produce shapes hinting at what the morrow held. Perhaps that's why you sense each ingot is whispering secrets as its contours emerge under expert manipulation. But historians still argue whether these metalworkers truly possessed some mystical foresight or just an uncanny knack for seeing patterns. Before you, a craftsman delicately anneals a slender strip using a flame. The heat shifts the balance between flexibility and strength, a skill refined over centuries. It's mesmerizing to see how Ashanti goldsmiths achieved such precision even before today's modern tools. Some claim that adding crocodile dung in their alloys provided that secret resilience. But that's more likely a tall tale crafted for tourists rather than a verifiable ancient technique. Another artisan works on intricate filigree, creating designs so delicate that they seem spun directly from sunbeams. The skill level is staggering. No blueprints, just years of patient training. This tradition was almost lost during colonial rule, when European invaders appropriated vast Ashanti treasures. Imagine explaining craft sourcing to 19th century plunderers. You notice a young apprentice, eyes wide with curiosity as they examine the tools of the elders. Ashanti apprentices would commit up to 10 years serving masters before being allowed to even touch a single scale design. Compare that to our modern world of 10-minute tick-tock tutorials. And one might argue that this ancient apprenticeship system created some of humanity's purest master craftsmen. Some historians claim that the Ashanti goldsmiths were secretly preserving their culture's knowledge in every ingot shaped. Each item was encrypted with spiritual protection spells, a kind of ceremonial cryptography. Imagine your ATM card being imbued with 300 years of tribal wisdom. Quite a different banking experience, right? A craftsman hands you a small, finished piece, a miniature scale, no larger than your palm. It's astounding how much attention poured into this single object. Before the British looted Kumasi in 1874, such items held dual importance in Ashanti society. Markers of wealth and identity. You can feel the pulse of history in the balance arms, crafted with meticulous care. Historians debate whether these artisans were viewed as mere laborers or held in equally high esteem as military generals. After all, each gold object they forged carried the weight of both the empire's treasure and its soul. No HR department, but quite the career. Crafted beside you is a ceremonial sword, its hilt adorned with symbolic engravings. Each groove tells a story of kings, gods, and conquests. Legends hold that these weapons could cut through more than flesh. Their spirits could divide the bonds of fate itself. Think of it as metaphysical, Teflon-coated carbon steel. Nearby, a gold mask rests on velvet, a piece that feels like it holds the faces of dozens of ancestors staring out. Some researchers propose that such masks contained fragments of human spirit, literally crafted into the pieces for immortality. Creepy, perhaps, but also deeply fascinating how these artisans served as both material and spiritual conduits. You overhear hushed whispers from apprentices discussing ancestral, traditional folk tales infused into their craft. These stories of Anansi, the spider, weren't just bedtime stories, but encoded life lessons for generations. Each twist in their wires, each curve of a balance arm, told these tales in molten language, only fully understood by those trained within the guild. As night deepens, the air vibrates with the spirit of creation, hammers on anvils producing rhythmic poetry. Here in this hidden district, history is being written not with ink, but with the gleam of molten gold. Each craftsman's hand moves not just through air, but through time itself, guided by centuries of Ashanti ingenuity. You're reminded of how Ashanti metallurgy wasn't solely about commerce. These artisans preserved the very essence of their culture's identity. With every golden ingot they shaped, it becomes crystal clear why such pieces are considered more than valuable objects when one grasps the weight of tradition bound in each finished creation. And for every gram of gold shaped under moonlight, an entire era of Ashanti history shimmered into existence. With each step away from the artisan's quarter, you feel the heartbeat of not just a city, but an entire civilization in their hands. These craftsmen are more than laborers. They are the keepers of the past and sculptors of the future. Walking these streets under Kumasi's watchful stars, you realize the Ashanti story isn't confined to books or old relics. It's embedded in the very air, breathing in tandem with these living traditions that stretch toward the horizon. Perhaps you leave here knowing that your own life is part of a similar tapestry. Each choice you make, every twist and turn, adds a thread to the fabric of your own stories that will whisper secrets of your time into whatever futures follow. As your footsteps echo through the winding alleys, they fuse into Ashanti's golden legacy and carry it forward with every step. And while Kumasi still sleeps, somewhere beyond the walls, someone might be shaping an ingot that will hold all of this, another secret waiting to be uncovered beneath the Ashanti twilight. The journey between mine and ceremony is as transformative as the materials themselves. Raw gold's tale begins deep underground, with miners navigating tunnels that wind through Ashanti's rich earth. Remember those stories about miners using wooden mallets that could supposedly communicate with the earth's spirits, whether that's actual geological intuition or tribal legend remains debated. You watch a miner emerge, shoulders dusted with clay and eyes glinting like the treasures they chase. Ashanti mining wasn't about brute force. It required patience, listening to the whispers of rock shifts. The olden mines often followed the natural seams, a technique that experts now find eerily precise. Some say these miners were the first geologists, able to sense mineral veins without modern tools. Of course, historians still argue whether this was true skill or just lucky perseverance. Hauling the raw nuggets to the surface, miners often chant blessings to preserve the earth's sanctity. Each step through the mine meant balancing respect with ambition. The weight of tradition rests on every miner's back, carrying not just mineral wealth, but cultural duties forward through each sweat-streaked brow. Once excavated, the raw ore finds its way to the purifiers. They melt it over open fires, separating precious metals from their earthly cradles, a ritual as much as a process. Think of it like alchemy, but based on centuries of refined trial and error rather than mystical diagrams. During this phase, strange traditions emerge, tossing a pinch of salt into crucibles for good measure, believing it helps separate impurities. Fringe voices argue it's pure superstition, while others say it actually affects surface tension just enough for better yield. The debate continues. In the purification process, you notice the artisan's touch begins shaping liquid gold into ingots. Each pour feels like casting dreams into molten form, each splatter sealing another fate. Historians differ on whether early Ashanti goldsmiths understood surface tension concepts or simply mastered their craft beyond explanation. Some suspect they developed techniques we're only now theorizing, like using plant extracts to bind gold more tightly. As purification ends, symbolic engravings appear. You're fascinated as masters carve small markings onto freshly cast ingots, a lineage of identity and authentication etched in metal. These aren't just decorations. Each curve holds stories, representing ownership, lineage, and even spiritual protection. Think of them as ancient blockchain, but instead of computers, tribal lore secures the chain. Apprentices carefully examine these markings, learning not just symbols, but the stories woven through generations. Each ingot's script is a lesson in history, a lineage check, and a statement of purity. The weight of this process isn't merely the gold's heft, but the collective memory it carries. Casting and carving completed, the ingots journey toward ceremonial grounds, but their transformation doesn't end there, as every step from mine to ritual infuses them with both wealth and cultural depth. As you watch these artisans labor, you realize they're not merely shaping gold, they're crafting a living narrative, a testament to Ashanti resilience and ingenuity that endures across time. Every ingot carries stories of the miners who navigated dark caves, purifiers coaxing out purity amid flames, and goldsmiths infusing materials with ancestral essence through intricate carvings. This journey reveals deeper layers. Beneath commerce lies ritual. Beneath skill lies reverence. And with each ceremonial use, these pieces weave back into the tapestry of community, history, and culture. So, as the finished ingots rest beneath ritual lighting and prepare for their final roles, don't just see their gleaming surfaces. Visualize the trails of history and culture intertwined through every ounce. Historians still argue whether Ashanti metallurgy was purely technological innovation or a deeper symbiotic relationship with their environment. Perhaps the truth lies somewhere beautiful in between. As you step back, taking in the final preparations, you understand gold isn't just a commodity. It's a chronicle of effort, skill, and spirit. And its journey from raw mineral to sacred symbol mirrors the Ashanti civilization's own path, crafting stories that glimmer through generations. With ceremonies awaiting, every ingot stands ready, holding within not just wealth, but the very essence of the Ashanti soul crafted through millenniums. And as you step back, you realize, whether in dark caves or open forges, the true gold has been, and always will be, human ingenuity and endurance etched across time. Drum beats start to pulse beneath your feet, a rhythm that matches your quickening breath. The air buzzes as a communal heartbeat merges, ceremonial preparations reaching their crescendo. Here, in the Ashanti heartlands, ritual isn't just observed, it's experienced through every pore. As you approach the central grounds, a group of drummers emerge. They don't just play their instruments, they become them. The Ntanwa talking drum mimics the tonality of the Ashanti language, conveying more than beats. Historians still argue whether this percussive language system was used primarily for communication or as ceremonial shorthand. Imagine a symphony where every beat holds a coded story. You sense the energy rise as dancers clad in rich, woven cloth take their places. Their movements aren't random flourishes. Each sway, twist, and stomp represents something profoundly deeper. Patterns tell stories of gold's journey from dark caves to divine altars, an encapsulation of themes we've traversed together. Remember the miner's chant in the shadows. Now it takes flight with every dancer's footstep, while experts believe drumbeats often dictated a narrative's pace. Fringe historians argue a more mystical connection. Supposedly, these rhythms could speak directly to ancestral spirits, bridging the temporal gap between mortals and the divine. Whether actual spiritual conduit or simply rhythmic storytelling, the effect is undeniable. A living tapestry where time bends between beats. Your eyes catch something gleaming from the corner of the ceremony. The regalia-clad elders, those keeping Ashanti's spiritual essence intact, start to move in sync with the rhythms. Imagine walking stories, libraries of living lore dressed in gold and silk. Their presence here adds layers of meaning, not merely attendees, but conduits of a millennia-old connection to gold's sanctity. In between the pulses of drums and dancers' fluid movements, you see the olden wayfinders, those who have navigated generations of Ashanti ceremony. Their steps are measured, almost sacred. Each step, each movement in harmony with the collective heartbeat. Remember that miner whispering to the earth. Here, the elders coax wisdom from their footsteps. Some believe the precise rhythms you witness are remnants of olden communication systems. Perhaps these patterns once relayed strategic messages across Ashanti territories, now adapted for ceremonial depth. Whether historical necessity or pure artistic evolution remains passionately debated. Yet historians can agree. This fusion of movement and sound forms an unbroken chain from past to present. And then, a peculiar detail among the instruments. One player stands out with an unusual accoutrement. Instead of carved wood, their drum features a surface of tightly wound oxhide, a material less common in modern times. Historians still argue whether this ancient choice enhances acoustic projection or holds spiritual resonance beyond our modern grasp. As the dancers stick taps, you notice an almost luminescent shimmer ripple across the skin's surface. The energy crescendos as dancers encircle the ceremonial ingots, not mere wealth now, but tangible narratives imbued with collective spirit. This isn't performance, it's embodiment. Each dancer's spirit seems to merge with gold's gleaming weight. Remember the chants you heard in the heat of purification forges. They resonate deeper here, now intoned by every sinew and fiber. What strikes you most is that Ashanti rituals aren't just enacted, they're lived. Whether it's during the solemn gold weighing or joyous communal dance, you can feel that the very air thrums with layered history. And while experts may debate whether these rituals solely exist to honor gold or actually create a sacred, interconnected essence, between all Ashanti elements, the true magic lies beyond their analysis. Here, in the beating heart of ceremony, connection transcends mere scholarship. As the last drumbeat echoes, the ritual's pulse continues to resonate through your body. Every note and movement has embedded deeper truths, not just about the ingots, but about the very fabric holding Ashanti civilization together. This isn't merely ceremony, it's the soul of a people, a living testament flowing through time, anchored forever by the rhythms beneath your feet. Whether drumbeats dictated strategy or spiritual alignment, they've become the veins through which Ashanti lives, breathes, and celebrates the sacred. In this moment, you realize you've seen more than traditions. You've witnessed the convergence of history, mythology, and living practice, a symphony that continues even after the final beat fades. And as you step back, absorbing these layered echoes, you know what you've just experienced isn't just another cultural performance. It's the essence of Ashanti endurance, resilience, and unity, flowing like liquid gold, timeless and eternal. So, as the ceremonial grounds pulse fade and the dancers retreat, carry forth with you the rhythms you felt, the living, breathing heartbeats of a culture that not merely holds its riches, but crafts them into very existence itself. Remember that the ingots aren't just for weighing, they're for carrying forward a lineage, a history, an unbroken chain of sacred, rhythmic living across generations. The sun begins to dip, but the gold's essence and your spirit glows brighter than ever. The dance may have ended, but as always, the pulse echoes on. The ceremony's pulse still reverberates through your senses. You pause, absorbing the rhythmic afterglow, when a soft breeze carries the scent of tropical blossoms, jasmine and frangipani, mingling with earthy scents from the weighing grounds. Your attention shifts to the central balance scale. Once a practical tool for assessing precious ingots, it's now emblematic of much deeper principles. Picture not just gold ingots and counterweights, but harmony itself being measured, each ounce representing balance between the material and spiritual realms. Remember that oxhide drum shimmering under the afternoon sun. Here, the scales serve as a tangible manifestation of cosmic equilibrium that underpins Ashanti philosophy. Experts suggest the precision of these ceremonial scales wasn't just for trade purposes. They reflect an ancient worldview. Some theorists argue that scale balances were seen as microcosmic reflections of the universe's ordered structure. Could balancing gold ingots have once signified more than commerce? Perhaps the act represented the Ashanti's quest for balance in life's more profound journey, one where spiritual and earthly realms must remain perfectly aligned. Historians still argue whether the very first weight systems carried inherent magical properties. The Ashanti certainly crafted their scales with meticulous craftsmanship, which, combined with intricate carvings symbolizing natural elements, lends an almost sacred resonance to the metal. Whether this blend was intended solely for commerce, or if hidden mysticism infused these objects, remains a debated topic. You notice that scale handlers approach their task with reverence. Each movement, though practical, holds deeper meaning. Their deliberate gestures reflect not just skilled technique, but a ritualistic communion. With every gentle adjustment and calibration, an unspoken narrative unfolds. Balance, when achieved, brings divine favor. The scales embody a harmony that mirrors the Ashanti's core beliefs about cosmic order, one that stretches far beyond mere gold trading. The scale bearers move with a grace that belies the instrument's age. This isn't simply weighing, it's an enactment of the universe's delicate tightrope walk. Imagine, for a moment, each adjustment as a prayer, a moment where heft and emptiness are perfectly reconciled. The Ashanti elders likely perceived the scales as symbolic conduits, objects facilitating connections between the physical and metaphysical realms. Some scholars think early Ashanti rituals incorporated natural elements into scales, bamboo fibers for counterweights, clay for balance plates, because these materials were believed to harbor earthen spirits. While this might sound esoteric, others argue that traditional elements created stronger energy currents than metal alone. Whether practical choice or metaphysical enhancement drives this preference remains shrouded in conjecture. As the ingots rest, the room seems to hold its breath. This isn't just gold being evaluated, a shared history is weighed. Elders, who served as keepers of this knowledge, undoubtedly passed these symbols of equilibrium, along with lessons of moral uprightness and leadership. You understand that the ingots on the scale each tell stories of labor, reverence, and connection to ancestors. Their gleam becomes a mirror reflecting Ashanti values through countless generations. Every careful measurement becomes an act of preservation, where weight isn't just about physical mass, but about carrying the collective weight of tradition and expectation. Each perfectly balanced equation reflects the Ashanti's larger worldview, a worldview where personal and communal harmony mirrors the universe's intricate equilibrium. As the last counterweight is adjusted, you see beyond the simple gold. You glimpse a whole society's pursuit of balance, one that resonates even in scales that weigh both gold and human hearts. Finally, the scales lock in perfect balance, a fleeting moment of unity between earthly elements and celestial order. As dusk approaches, you realize this balance isn't static, it's a living principle, flowing through every Ashanti ritual encounter you've witnessed, from dances mimicking cosmic rhythms to elders' whispered wisdom. What seemed a mere instrument of trade has revealed much deeper purpose. It's a daily, tangible reminder of the essential balance that knits personal, social, and divine realms together. The scales stand not just to measure gold, but as a testament to how Ashanti life itself remains a quest for equilibrium. As you prepare to leave the ceremonial grounds, the weight of this deeper wisdom begins to balance your own inner scales. You realize carrying just a small fragment of this philosophy will help you navigate your life's journey. Because, after all, isn't life itself a quest for perfect harmony between our diverse roles, relationships, and inner aspirations? With that thought, you leave the grounds, the rhythms you witnessed echoing in your mind as a reminder of balance, not just seen, but felt. You walk along the path leading from the ceremonial grounds, still enveloped in the day's lingering vibrations. As you pass through shaded groves where towering mahogany trees seem to reach towards the heavens, you can't shake the morning's lessons. The scales weren't just instruments. They were symbols of a deeper order. The idea of balance now resonates through every rustle of leaf and echo of distant chants. The trail curves, and a clearing reveals the sacred like a smooth, mirrored surface, reflecting both azure skies and the weighty branches draped above. Here, the very landscape pulses with that sense of equilibrium. Historian tales mention this site as a place where ancient Ashanti kings once consulted the ancestors through scrying sessions, where they sought balance in both strategy and spirit. Experts think they might have floated obsidian shards across the water's surface to predict outcomes. Now, the waters appear unblemished, carrying the legacy of their meditative trances. As you approach, something catches your eye: half-submerged stones forming a crude circle just beneath the lake's surface. Elders once revealed that this formation represents the universe's concentric realms. The outer rings symbolize communal interdependence, while inner circles represent the spiritual core that sustains them. Echoes of those carefully calibrated scales you witnessed. Historians still argue whether such lakeside arrangements were always present or constructed during different dynastic eras. Each ripple on the water looks like a whisper of ancient wisdom, expanding outwards, yet never losing its initial point of origin. This reminds you of how the Ashanti believed that personal conduct and cosmic order are inextricably entwined. How a single action can reverberate through layers of existence. That stone skipping game the village boys played yesterday, according to oral lore, it might have been an echo of much older practices, methods to teach young initiates about focus, consequence, and balance. Kneeling by the shore, you dip your fingers in the cool water, an inviting weightlessness compared to the gold and responsibility carried earlier. This water touches every plant, creature, and sacred space around you. Each droplet plays a role in sustaining life, and perhaps the ancestors believed in sustaining their connection to the divine. Remember the priestess speaking through parables by the market. The water here moves like storytelling itself, fluid, adaptable, holding endless narratives within its passage. The lake's stillness offers a contrast to the ceremonial vibrancy you experienced. Here, you sense equilibrium in stillness just as much as in movement. Birds trill overhead, and their songs seem woven into this vast tapestry of natural balance. Perhaps that's why certain fringe scholars claimed the lake hosted song festivals, where melodies were crafted to harmonize with the earth's rhythms, a debate still percolating through academic circles. You sit back and let your gaze wander to the far bank where ferns sway gently. Here, gold's gleaming absence reveals another kind of richness. Historians argue whether the natural world was considered just a resource or a teacher. This serene setting seems a classroom where the earth itself imparts lessons about sustaining balance and respecting interconnectivity. A breeze whispers through the canopy, and again, you're drawn back to the central theme of balance, an equilibrium you've encountered in scales, rituals, and now even this tranquil lake. As the sun dips toward the horizon, painting the water with molten hues, you realize that this equilibrium isn't limited to material exchanges, but permeates daily life and the Ashanti worldview. Each breath connects you to a continuum of wisdom that transcends trade rituals, echoing deeply into ways of living, breathing, and seeing the world. You rise, and with the water's lingering touch, the significance of balance imprints gently on your own being, a guiding promise whispered through every rustle, ripple, and ritual. The path leads you onward, and the lessons from nature's sacred sites leave an unforgettable mark. As dusk falls, you carry forward not just the memory of gold's weight, but the enduring quest for harmony imprinted across landscape and lore, a balance that perhaps might also shape your own journey. As you walk, you can almost hear the ripple's last whisper merging with yours, harmonizing in the shared purpose of seeking balance, one step at a time. You continue along the winding path, each step a silent promise to uncover deeper layers of this ancient land. The trail soon opens to a smaller, hidden shrine, tucked between moss-clad stones and ancient baobab trees, a forgotten sanctuary speaking of simpler, sacred things. Historians note how such secluded places often served as daily altars for common folk, away from the grandeur of official ceremonies. The shrine itself is unassuming, an old stone slab etched with faded symbols of serpents and twining vines. Experts think it originally housed statuettes made from terracotta rather than gleaming gold. Here, tradition was personal and intimate, rooted in tactile connection rather than royal splendor. Fringe stories claim these statues were once anointed with fresh butter to signify purity and life, though this custom remains more myth than method. The air here feels thick with stories, each whispering through the rustling leaves above. Historians still argue whether these shrines marked boundaries between family territories or served as neutral ground where feuds were settled. Looking around, it's easy to imagine ancestors laying disputes aside to honor shared deities. In this quiet moment, the contrast with earlier ceremonies becomes evident. The grandeur of gold and regalia seems worlds apart from the serenity found in these modest offerings. Yet here too, the concept of balance prevails, balancing daily life with the spiritual, the mundane with the extraordinary. As you kneel before the stone, you trace a finger over the serpentine symbol, perhaps representing the balance between earth and sky, material and ethereal, life's visible and invisible forces. This shrine's weathered surface holds remnants of red ochre, perhaps from long-faded blessing rituals. The idea that personal prayers found resonance in these spots makes your mind drift to modern parallels, gardens with wished-for blooms, shrines to departed pets, spaces where the weight of hope and memory meld as intimately as clay beneath artisans' hands. Historians note that these smaller sites often escaped colonialist erasure due to their humble nature. Unlike grand palaces and temples, they weren't seen as threats or trophies, but as relics of lives so ordinary they became invisible. As you stand and brush the damp earth from your knees, you reflect on how history isn't only carved in gold, but etched in these quieter stones as well. Moving onward, the path narrows, threading through trees whose branches hang low, almost conspiratorially. The air carries a different scent here of decomposing leaves and undisturbed earth. A stray beam of light breaks through the canopy, illuminating a circle of soft, emerald moss, a natural altar where the earth itself holds you. Few visitors tread these deeper recesses, where modern life recedes to a distant hum and time seems to stretch. Historians still argue whether these secluded groves once served as sacred burial grounds, their quiet sentinel trees marking souls' return journeys to the divine. You think of the ceremonial scales again, how they measured not just goods, but the balance between worlds. A rustling in the bushes pulls your thoughts back. Perhaps a clever mongoose testing your resolve, or a curious antelope peeking through the shadows. Life here feels more raw, untamed, a different kind of balance in play. As you walk on, the path curves downward again, hinting at undiscovered revelations waiting beneath the canopy. The deeper you venture, the more the boundaries between natural and spiritual dissolve. Each step feels like an echo of ancestors' footfalls, every shadow a whisper of their wisdom. Here, every root, rock, and rivulet seems charged with intent, holding knowledge beyond grand palaces. Suddenly, you emerge into a clearing bathed in twilight. A larger hidden temple stands still, its facade adorned with geometric patterns, each line a puzzle of cosmic balance. Historians claim such designs weren't mere aesthetics, but served as maps, directing spiritual journeys inward and outward. This place exudes silence, thicker than a jungle vine. A strange serenity fills your chest, grounding you with the resonance of centuries-old prayers. You run your fingers along the smoothed stones, feeling an echo of devotion that once filled this sacred space. Experts think many such sites marked crossroads in both geography and spirit, places where the living world intersected with the divine, leaving travelers with choices, hopes, and blessings. Fringed tailies suggest these temples also served as meditation hubs, where seers trained to channel ancestral whispers, an idea that makes the hair on your neck prickle. Did they use the geometric carvings as focal tools, guiding their eyes into trances where spiritual realms became tangible? You peer into fading, shadowed alcoves, imagining figures seated in silent communion with ancient knowledge. As the sky deepens from gold to indigo, the temple's worn stones seem to pulse with life. Historians note how temples like these often became repositories, not just for spiritual connection, but for community memory places where elders encoded oral histories into stone, leaving records accessible across generations through shared rituals. Here in this twilight temple, balance manifests not through grand scales, but through silent reverence, where each stone and symbol acts as an anchor, balancing present realities with past wisdom, grounding the transient in the eternal. You turn away reluctantly, knowing that these sacred nodes, interwoven into nature's fabric, hold keys to understanding the deeper order the Ashanti sought with their precise gold weighing ceremonies. The path ahead beckons, inviting you deeper into this living tapestry where history, nature, and spirit dance a perfect cadence of equilibrium. You follow, carrying with you a sense of communion with ancestors and earth, each step resonating with the balance found both within and around you. The temple's whispers fade behind, but its teachings linger, embedding harmony into your very essence. As night fully descends, you realize that the essence of balance revealed in gold now permeates these secluded groves, hidden shrines, and sacred temples, a balance that extends beyond objects to embrace the very essence of existence. Here, amidst roots and relics, the true wealth isn't in what's solid, but in what's felt, remembered, and honored, a balance carried in every whisper of wind through trees, in every ripple of water, and in the silent spaces between stones. The path narrows again, but there's no fear, only anticipation of more hidden wisdom, more stories waiting to weave through your soul as you journey further into Ashanti's mystical landscapes. The lessons continue with every step, every breath, under the watchful guardian of trees and spirits, guiding your quest for equilibrium. The balance now isn't only a ceremonial practice, but a guiding principle imprinted on both landscape and spirit, a philosophy that shapes this land's very identity, echoed through each stone and leaf whispering in harmony. And so you walk on, embraced by Ashanti's teachings, each moment a brushstroke on the canvas of experience, painting balance into the fabric of your own journey as the stars rise in witness, shining like eternal scales in the night sky. The night deepens as you tread down paths where moonbeams dance like silvery threads across your skin, each step echoing with the heartbeat of Ashanti's ancient wisdom. Emerging into a clearing, ceremony approaches its zenith beneath towering baobab trees, draped in an ethereal luminescence. that seems to breathe life into history itself. Historians note how regalia during these events often bore motifs from nature and the cosmos, symbols where every thread woven held stories of earthly balance and celestial law. Here, in the soft embrace of evening, the ceremonial regalia gleams through layers of history. Elders clad in garments spun from golden textiles, each bead and pattern narrating tales of past kings and divine mandates. Historians still argue whether specific color combinations used in these robes originated from imported dyes or local botanical alchemy. As the fabric shifts beneath torchlight, its designs appear to almost pulse with ancient heartbeats, each shimmer a living library of Ashanti's ancestral spirit guiding present rituals. Imagine the hours, perhaps days, artisans spent to create these emblems, beads the size of a hummingbird's eye etched with meanings you've glimpsed in past ceremonies. Such dedicated craftsmanship wasn't merely ornamental. It was a sacred transcription, translating history from mere memory to wearable talisman. Fringe tailies recount how royal weavers included secret symbols understood only by kingmakers, hidden signatures that conveyed coded assurances of loyalty or warnings encoded through patterns. You witness the regalia's impact today, how its very presence instills solemnity within each participant, transforming breaths and movements into acts woven into larger tapestries of tradition. Gold armlets, bracelets, pendants. Each item seems to resonate with stories from centuries past. Did anyone anticipate that these objects would one day outlive kingdoms, surviving wars and colonialism, to still whisper through their gold today? The regalia's layers add complexity. The gold's sheen juxtaposed with velvet swaths dyed in deep indigo, a color once so rare it was valued more than gold itself. Historians note how indigo dyeing was an art form mastered by female experts whose knowledge was protected through generations. As you watch Artisans now, your mind flashes back to sun-dappled workshops where women's hands maneuvered vats simmering with botanical secrets, crafting robes that symbolized more than status. They became conduits carrying memories distilled from root and leaf. What of the headpieces adorned with plumes? Experts think these feathers weren't simply decorative, but held medicinal significance, believed to possess protective spirits of birds, thought to bridge human and divine realms. Each plume seemed to sway with life, almost as if the regalia itself held breath and pulse, a living extension of ceremony that transcended fabric and metal. You reflect, remembering that ceremonial masks whispered of pasts through their animal motifs. As ceremony unfolds, each garment acts as a vessel, channeling power from kings passed into living participants' veins. The regalia is more than ornamentation. It's a map, guiding wearers through labyrinths of tradition, a compass pointing to ancient laws inscribed in silk and brocade. The elders' movements seem charged with these echoes, every gesture a brushstroke retracing the landscape of heritage across time and practice. Fringe elements suggest that some patterns woven into these robes contain ancient maps revealing hidden sites or water sources. Esoteric wisdom encoded through fiber. Each color transition, perhaps a coded signal, green following blue, signifying a passage through forest to river. A living key meant for descendants. Your eyes trace patterns on a chief's garb, contemplating if generations hence these designs will be cracked like cryptographic puzzles left by time's scholars. Balance shines through, the regalia's weight counterbalanced with airiness of fabric, the gold's solidity juxtaposed with the organic, earthen tones. Such dichotomies embody Ashanti philosophy, how the visible splendor of ceremony balances against the quietude of natural spaces you walked earlier. Each thread seems to echo teachings from hidden temples, turning ceremonial attire into a tapestry, narrating both grandeur and simplicity, a balance between spirit's finery and earth's enduring essence. Finally, as the ritual progresses, each piece of regalia seems to hum with resonance, not just as objects, but as extensions of the land you traversed. The gold's glimmer now appears as a continuation of sunbeams piercing morning shrines, the velvets as shadows gathered from sacred groves. The ceremony you witness is more than spectacle. It's a testament to time's weavings, a dance of material and memory. Layers of cloth and spirit collapse into this single moment where the regalia doesn't just adorn bodies, it weaves souls into the continuum of Ashanti's timeless story. Looking around, you realize that the ceremonial attire's luster stems from being nourished by roots, whispered prayers, and tailies stitched through centuries. This regalia embodies far more than status or wealth. It is the living breath of tradition, a manifestation of balance, bridging human efforts with nature's wisdom. As the elders turn slowly, the regalia shimmers, each flicker of light, another echo resonating through your journey's deeper layers, guiding your steps further into Ashanti's endless teachings. As the night sky folds over in approval, the weighing ceremony reaches its crescendo beneath a canopy of indigo-stained stars. Every ingot added brings a symphony of heritage closer to completion. Elders carefully position the final weights, symbolizing more than just balance on scales, but equilibrium in Ashanti cosmology itself. Historians recall how the earliest scales used in these ceremonies were crafted from locally sourced hardwoods and antelope bone, marvels of natural engineering. Here, the ancient art of gold measurement finds its apex, a culmination of precision and ritual. You observe as elders inspect each ingot, their fingers tracing symbolic markings that reveal both quality and purity. Historians still argue whether these markings served purely as quality indicators or also concealed mystical properties believed to empower trade exchanges. This debate underscores how deeply spiritual and material worlds intertwine in Ashanti's ceremonial fabric. As the last golden disk settles into place, a hush falls across the gathering, as if the very air holds its breath. You're reminded how every ceremony contains these moments of collective anticipation, where time itself seems stitched into the weight of gold being held aloft. Fringe accounts suggest that some Ashanti ceremonies incorporated musical scales in weight balances, harmonizing the physical with auric realms, though modern scholars view this claim with skepticism. Yet here, amid the palpable reverence, the significance of balance transcends discussion. The finality of weighing achieves deeper meaning, not just confirming value, but sealing the ceremony's cosmic contract. Each ingot here doesn't merely represent wealth, but a nod to nature's balance, a reaffirmation of social bonds, and continuity of Ashanti identity across epochs. Ingots once traded across empires now anchor this moment, where heritage and practice converge under tonight's firmament. Elders' eyes gleam, perhaps with ancestral wisdom, or simply the knowledge that continuity is reaffirmed. Their voices resonate, a low hum weaving through scales calibrated to ages past. You're struck by how such small objects can uphold such grandeur, how ingots once shaping global markets now ground Ashanti's internal balance. Gold that funded historic conquests here finds purpose tethered to local equilibrium, bridging material wealth with spiritual heritage in one measured breath. The precise alignment of scales signifies beyond commerce. It represents social harmony, trust embedded in every golden notch. This finality isn't an endpoint, but a renewal. Ingots confirmed serve not only for trade, but as ritual markers passed to descendants, guardians of continuity. Each weight here echoes, with stories stretching from savanna plains to global ports, forging Ashanti identity through meticulous craft of balance achieved. Historians note that ceremonial weighings often concluded with rituals to distribute excess gold, reinforcing community bonds through shared prosperity. As your eyes follow elders' deft movements, you're drawn into timeless conversations between metal and meaning, seeing how scales bridge realms across epochs. The precision of placement here isn't merely about material measure, but recalibrating cosmic balance, a nightly ritual anchoring Ashanti society in natural order. Finally, as the golden scales tip into stillness, a collective sigh ascends, not of relief, but completion. The ceremony's breath extends through you as you recognize that beyond commerce lies purpose. Each ingot anchors Ashanti's eternal narrative in physical form. Such finality isn't closure but reaffirmation, ingot by ingot. Past kings breathe through present actions into future generations, awaiting their place at ceremonial fires. The gold gleams under starlight, each facet reflecting not just wealth, but the enduring soul of a people tethered to equilibrium's timeless dance. In this moment, where gold meets gravity, Ashanti's wisdom crystallizes, values quantified and consecrated at twilight's edge. The ceremony's weight now feels personal, as if you too bear traces of these teachings carried from afar and into your wandering bones. As the elders turn together, unity shimmers, a final ingot completing not just ceremony, but an internal journey weaving your steps further into Ashanti's boundless tapestry. The night sky approvingly envelops all, cradling histories, pulse into tomorrow's dreams. Ancestors surround you, not as specters, but vital witnesses woven into ceremony's fabric. Their presence isn't ghostly. It's a palpable weight you feel anchoring each ingot, reminding modern hands of ancient paths followed. Did you know the Ashanti believe ancestors' spirits never fully depart? They remain, guiding those who come after through ritual and practice, their wisdom still coursing through these moments of sacred weighing. As you stand amidst the culmination of ceremony, elders' voices murmur in olden dialects, words your feet remember, even when your conscious mind doesn't always grasp. Some say this is spiritual lineage continuity, the unbroken thread linking past to present. Others joke the ancestors only show up when there's ceremonial food involved, making you chuckle softly. Historians still argue whether these gatherings serve more as social reinforcement or genuine metaphysical communion. The scales, now perfectly balanced, become gateways, not just of trade, but ancestral presence. Elders recount tales, how previous generations' spirits lean closer during these moments, sharing silent applause with living participants. Fringe speculation holds that specific ingot shapes were once believed to attract different ancestors based on personal affinity. A golden disc might draw warriors, while a triangle summoned healers. Skeptics naturally challenge such claims, favoring more pragmatic explanations for ceremonial geometry. Yet here, caught in twilight's embrace, any debate fades. You sense how ceremonies like this are not solely about balance in life or commerce, but integrating lineage across time. The balanced scales become conduits, syncing material value with ancestral approval, ensuring that when gold shifts hands, so too do blessings carried from forgotten epochs. This is more than ritual. It's familial connection in its most metaphysical form, each ingot echoing with past triumphs and whispered encouragements. You observe anew as elders gently cover the completed raiment with woven cloth spun from fibers older than memory. Some say these textiles bear threads from actual ancestral garments, making the practice literally a weave of their essence. While mainstream scholars attribute such claims to hopeful folklore, there's undeniable power in the belief itself. Touching these scales, you feel Ashanti generations layering into your own understanding, an intimacy with history seldom afforded elsewhere. As ceremonies wind down, communal feasting begins, but you know that another conversation exists beyond audible tones. The food's aroma blends with ceremonial residue, a tapestry unfolding where ancestors taste through living descendants' senses. Historians still examine whether these food customs originated as sustenance or ceremonial placeholders for departed spirits. The spicy heat of pepper sauce becomes both nourishment and communion, a way of saying we remember you through every shared bite. One elder's gaze catches yours, a slow nod offered, perhaps recognition of this understanding blooming within you. They move to the final ingot, pausing, and you almost swear ancestral spirits lean in, watching. Some traditions maintain elders pass the scales to ancestors momentarily before final readings, ensuring perfect equilibrium through unseen guidance. Modern eyes might scoff, but here, under Ashanti's night sky, boundaries blur, balance achieved isn't solely material, but a nod to unseen witnesses offering eternal approval. Gold may be the ceremony's star, but its true purpose transcends wealth. Its lineage, continuity, and the unbroken dance between generations. Past eyes overseeing present actions, while future kings await their moment on the same ceremonial stage. As elders turn away from the now serene scales, you understand that every movement here is both conclusion and invitation. The ceremony sealed, but only one thread in a vast ancestral fabric, always being woven. And there, in the satisfied hush of balanced scales, you sense eyes, not just of elders, but ancestors, still ever present, their stories now carried further by your own steps in their timeless procession. You drift through the final stages of ceremony, bathed in moonlight cast through sacred banyan trees. Here, gold transcends metal, each piece echoes with life stories, battles won, and kingdoms forged. Did you know some Ashanti traditions claim gold ingots can remember their past bearers? Far-fetched, perhaps, but then folklore sometimes threads truth with fancy in ways science has yet to unravel. Swirling the concepts in your mind, you find yourself drawn to particularly ornate pieces, adorned with symbols only elders fully grasp. Fringe historians speculate these engravings might once have served as cryptographic messages, communicating secrets between Ashanti kings. Mainstream interpretations ground them as mere decorative tributes, but that quirky theory adds another layer of mystery. Remember that time someone claimed hieroglyphics were actually emojis. Here, every mark might hold more than meets the modern eye. You approach an elder studying one such piece, delicate patterns etched deep within its gleam. Asking quietly, you learn the narrative behind the markings. Each line tells a tale of sacrifice or victory. These ingots, they explain, carry names and memories, acting as storytellers in times before written scripts. Historians still argue whether these inscriptions primarily served ceremonial beauty or were proto-writing systems. Either way, you feel the weight of untold chapters passed through fingers across generations, like golden books never opened, but always understood. Fingering another artifact reveals the Ashanti once used gold to document treaties, embedding agreements within every gram. Imagine diplomacy measured not in paper, but in gleaming ounces. One quirky account suggests a particularly unwieldy negotiation almost collapsed when a foreign delegation insisted on adding extra bling to their treaty ingot to signify superiority. Thankfully, cooler heads prevailed, ensuring some compromises are forged in more than just metal. As you wander Kumasi's shadows, you discover gold threads weave into more than commerce. The very heartbeat of Ashanti society pulses through these veins of precious stories. Elders recount tales of talking drums, communicating across regions. But here gold speaks its own language, symbols whispered across centuries, carrying legacy forward. Historians still debate whether these inscriptions aimed for spiritual potency over mercantile value. But standing here, where past interlaces with present, those lines blur beautifully. Laughing softly, you recall how some modern treasure hunters mistakenly believed the Ashanti encoded maps to secret mines within ingot designs, a dangerous assumption leading many astray. Meanwhile, others theorized gold carried hidden cures, its touch somehow binding prosperity to physical vitality, blending alchemy with ambition. Whether fact or fiction, such notions speak to gold's magnetic pull across time and culture, drawing imaginations as easily as metal toward magnet. Passing beneath an ancient archway, you glimpse ceremonial regalia, where gold isn't mere adornment, but ancestral legacy. Here, each piece whispers of the wearer's lineage, duties, and burdens carried through time. Gold crowns, intricately woven with symbols of olden prophecies and warriors' pacts, become familial heirlooms, echoing past kings' battles and wisdom passed to inheritors. Historians still argue whether these artifacts emerged primarily from religious symbolism or strategic power consolidation. But as you behold a chieftain's gleaming circlet, you see both narratives thread seamlessly through generations. Inseparable now, one artifact captures your gaze, a staff crowned with a lion's head, eyes inlaid with rubies staring defiantly through ages. Elders narrate its storied past, wielded by a ruler who brokered peace during a tumultuous uprising. They share how it's believed his spirit now resides within, offering guidance through its lustrous form. Fringe belief holds that Ashanti diviners once used these staffs to predict seasons by observing subtle tarnish patterns, a speculative claim modern eyes often dismiss, yet add another dimension of lore. Finally, you reflect that Ashanti gold is never just wealth, it's cultural archive, ancestral ledger, and future prophecy. Each gleaming fragment is bound to countless stories, waiting for curious hands to uncover layers unappreciated in mere monetary measure. As you leave these hallowed grounds at dusk, you're certain these tales will continue whispering long after nightfall, each piece a conduit between the remembered past and the anticipated dawn. And with every step away, you carry not just the beauty of their craftsmanship, but the weight of lives once lived and dreams still chasing sun-touched horizons. You find yourself under the vast African sky, contemplating how the Ashanti's deep veneration for gold shaped not just their empire, but also world commerce. Did you know that in the 17th century, the Ashanti Kingdom controlled over 40% of the world's gold supply? That's right. Just imagine being part of an empire flexing such bling wealth that the global economy practically danced to its tune. Some historians claim this control fueled Europe's early mercantile expansion, while others argue the economic influence flows weren't quite so straightforward. Historians still argue whether Ashanti trade routes catalyzed the eventual scramble for Africa, or were simply collateral in broader imperial schemes. But this isn't just about glittering stacks. It's the stories within the stories. Here's a quirky tidbit. Some records suggest that when the Ashanti traded gold with European merchants, they insisted on being paid in rum. Yes, liquid gold for solid gold, an early form of mixology mingling cultures. The Ashanti weren't mere exporters, they were cultural influencers. Their demand helped shape colonial trade dynamics, making way for Caribbean connections, where cane fields whispered in the breeze of empires. Picture Ashanti elders sitting in grand councils, sipping rum, while Europeans nervously awaited their verdicts. Who's to say that economic power didn't swing from those mahogany benches? As you trace the lineage of a particular ingot, you discover its journey through history. Maybe it was used to settle a debt with early Portuguese traders, or perhaps its golden sheen adorned the scepters of Ashanti royalty before being exchanged for firearms. Each path holds layers of influence and adaptation, where simple transactions became threads in a vast tapestry stretching continents apart. Historians still argue whether the Ashanti's strategic gold control was a precursor to modern economic policies, or a unique, indigenous approach lost to colonial histories. Your footsteps echo through Kumasi's quieter lanes as you reflect on these exchanges. Imagine a caravan winding through savannas, their loads balanced by centuries-old agreements spoken in languages long forgotten. Gold dust collected beneath nails, traded piece by precious piece, not just for wealth, but for wisdom shared across cultural divides. Every grain tells the tale of negotiations filled with ceremonial gravitas, where trust was forged through more than just contracts, but also stories exchanged around glowing embers. Some fringe theories even suggest the Ashanti's trading protocols influenced global banking practices, a leap that might make modern Wall Street execs chuckle, and then hurriedly check their ledgers. As you move deeper into the evening, Kumasi wraps you in its historical embrace, where every glint on the pavement might have once lined royal necklaces, or balanced on imperial scales thousands of miles away. The world turned on its axis here, not just through brute economics, but through the careful cultivation of relationships. Gold was the currency, but respect was the glue. Now, historians still argue whether Ashanti gold practices represented ancient wisdom lost to linear time, or evolved strategies emerging from particular socio-political landscapes. Smiling softly, you recall how Western adventurers once hunted for El Dorado, a mythical city of gold they believed lay hidden somewhere in these continents. In reality, it was right here, woven into each ceremony. El Dorado wasn't a treasure, it was a process, a cultural continuum carried in every glittering piece. How poetically ironic that what they sought so greedily was, in essence, a metaphor for Ashanti ingenuity, never purely material, but profoundly interconnected. Every pathway you follow reveals more of this intricate interplay. From olden kings' treasures forming alliances to trade regulations impacting world economies, each golden nuance tells a story of cultural dexterity. Historians might still argue the exact implications of Ashanti trade dynamics, but standing here beneath the vast, knowing sky, you don't need textbooks to understand. It was influence beyond mere monetary measurement. Closing your eyes, you almost feel the pulse of Kumasi syncing with some global heartbeat, each beat sending ripples through time. Here lies the secret of Ashanti gold, more than an element or a commodity. It's the connective tissue of stories, binding eras and continents through its shimmering presence. And as you walk away, carrying these insights in quiet contemplation, you realize trade wasn't just exchange, it was conversation, the art of shaping legacies, one golden utterance at a time. You find yourself moving through Kumasi's quiet streets as evening falls, and it seems the city's heartbeat subtly shifts to a future cadence. You notice young men, future kings and leaders, hover on the peripheries of ceremonial grounds, absorbing stories, gestures, and the weighty expectations that come with the legacy they'll inherit. Their very presence here is a rite of passage. Did you know that the golden stool, believed to house the soul of the Ashanti people, dates back to the early 18th century? It's a symbol of unity and endurance that remains revered to this day. You can imagine these youth sitting on mats near elders, sipping from ceremonial chalices not just filled with water, but with the essence of collective memory. Historians argue whether these initiations were more about spiritual training or political grooming. Honestly, who needs TV dramas when history offers this much intrigue? In this vibrant tapestry, there's a quirky, perhaps even unexpected element to these successions. Music, not just any tunes, but intricate drumming patterns that convey messages. Some fringe theories suggest these rhythms are ancient codes, with beats that subtly guide young aspirants into the political labyrinth they'll soon navigate. Picture a young royal apprentice deciphering the hidden layers of a drumbeat, each ta-dum more potent than a covert memo. makes modern-day Spotify feel kind of pedestrian, doesn't it? These future leaders are steeped not just in ceremony, but also in practicality. Their forebears have always understood the value of education, with some arguing that Ashanti kings had a sophisticated understanding of economic centuries before modern textbooks were published. As you observe, note how they are trained in negotiation, diplomacy, even metallurgy. Every skill set serves not just their reign, but the continuum of an empire, ensuring both strength and longevity. Historians still argue whether Ashanti succession rituals were intended to breed charisma alongside strategy, or if they naturally cultivated leaders who simply shone under pressure. You find yourself musing over the delicate balance of tradition and adaptation. Consider how the modern world has often underestimated cultural legacies outside the Western paradigm. Here in Kumasi, it's as though every glance, every lesson imparted, holds millennia of nuanced adaptation. Who needs a Harvard MBA when apprenticeship in Ashanti traditions might just be the ultimate global leadership course? As the streetlights flicker on, you realize how closely entwined Ashanti gold is with the lineage of its guardians. It's not about the immediate luster that catches the eye. The real treasure lies in how this golden narrative is both a record and a roadmap, teaching the young aspirants how to balance past reverence with future innovation. The streets whisper ancient secrets and contemporary wisdom, blending them in ways that would make modern Silicon Valley's disruptors green with envy. There's an age-old debate. Do leaders shape the times, or are they merely reflections of their era? In Ashanti traditions, it seems the art of leadership has always been about merging the two, understanding that today's decisions hold tomorrow's legacy. As young aspirants practice their oratory amidst ancient chants, each word is layered with responsibility, teaching them as much about humility as it does about power. Makes one wonder if modern politics would be better off swapping spin for this depth. Walking through dusk, you notice how the ceremonial grounds extend their embrace to these young leaders, as if anointing them with more than just titles, but a continuum of collective wisdom. Every ritual dance, every weighted silence, teaches a nuanced script far richer than any formal education. It's as if Kumasi, through its layered history, has cultivated a living textbook, one you don't need to read, but rather embody. As you glance at one of the ceremonial stages, now bathed in twilight, you think about how Ashanti traditions hold a mirror up to the world's varied leadership styles, contrasting the quick fixes of modern leadership fads against these slow-forged Ashanti traditions. It's clear that wisdom here isn't rushed, it's aged, like fine wine. Historians debate whether this enduring model offers lessons unlearned by contemporary governance. Standing amidst the hum of Kumasi streets, you might dare say it's about time we paid attention. You quietly exit Kumasi's ceremonial pathways, carrying the weight of these lessons. As the city grows quieter, each step you take feels like a chapter in an unfinished tale, a narrative you're now, a part of one golden thread in a larger tapestry being carefully woven. The youth you encountered today will soon step into roles where the past and the future converge, ensuring the enduring legacy carries on. It's an art form of succession that's more poetry than policy, a cultural heartbeat that thrums across centuries, keeping time in ways we all might learn from. And in that, perhaps, Kumasi holds more answers than it ever poses questions, a city and a culture where legacy is not left to chance, but lived, breathed, and handed down through the generations. So leave the stone paths of Kumasi with a sense of quiet wonder. Every tale told, every lesson imparted, enriches not just the city's tapestry, but one's understanding of leadership beyond the ordinary. Perhaps that's the true gold you carry away tonight. The air feels lighter now, as if the very atmosphere is celebrating. You step into a plaza where the day's rigorous ceremonies give way to joyous festivity. Drums pulse with infectious rhythms, their beats drawing a crowd eager to dance and celebrate the culmination of the gold weighing rites. Children laugh, their laughter interlacing with the harmonies of ancient melodies that seem to rise from the stones themselves. Did you know that these celebrations date back to pivotal moments in Ashanti history, marking not just an event, but a collective heartbeat? Every tap and toe tap here recalls the days of Osai Kofi Tutuai, whose strategic genius helped unify Ashanti territories. You're not merely a passive observer. You're swept into the current of collective exuberance. Historians still argue whether these celebrations were intended as morale boosts for the community or as a display of power. Sometimes it's okay not to have all the answers, just feel the moment. In this whirl of motion, you catch sight of someone balancing a pyramid of 13 calabashes on their head, each one adorned with intricate symbols of Ashanti lore. One quirky belief holds that this delicate balancing act, when performed flawlessly, brings forth rain in the coming season. Or so the elders whisper with a wink. It's hard not to chuckle at the thought of weather forecasting through fruit stacking. But who are we to question ancient weather tech? The plaza's center becomes an improvisational dance floor where individuals step forward, performing traditional moves. Youth and elders alike revel in the chance to showcase their skills. Some believe that mastering these dances is akin to reading history. Each movement encodes tales of bravery, wisdom, and unity. The dancers become living histories, their every pirouette weaving tales of kings and battles long past. Historians ponder if Ashanti dance forms are the oldest form of storytelling, dating millennia beyond the written word. Your gaze drifts to a group of artisans who have set up makeshift stalls, offering handmade trinkets, tiny gold figurines, handcrafted drums, woven baskets. Each stall's items are a testament to the creativity and dexterity, honed through generations. Think of those artisans, their fingers moving with the speed and precision of master pianists, makes assembling IKEA furniture look positively Neanderthal, doesn't it? As you meander through impromptu markets, the scents of grilling meats and spiced stews beckon you toward a communal feast. Here, food serves as more than sustenance. It's an ingredient of unity. Bowls are shared among strangers turned friends, their laughter harmonizing with the sizzling and popping of treats like banku and tilapia. One old saying insists that you aren't truly part of Ashanti culture unless you've broken bread with its people. Given the aromas, you might as well become an honorary Ashanti tonight. The plaza's festive chaos is punctuated by the occasional chant, where a charismatic elder raises their voice, recounting tales of olden kings and mystical spirits. Their words draw people in closer, pulling you into the circle of their storytelling. It's mesmerizing. Think of the world's most engaging podcast performed live, but with stakes much higher than subscriber counts. Who knew ancient tales could give today's trending YouTube videos a run for their money? As the night deepens, the air thickens with a tantalizing mix of spiced oils and flower offerings. An entire community, bonded through gold, through dance, through shared meals, stands united under the shimmering stars. You notice younger children, eyes wide with wonder, hanging onto every note of music and every morsel of food. In this fleeting yet eternal moment, there's no separation between past, present, and future. The line is a continuum. They all live and breathe. This celebration, with all its seemingly chaotic joy, becomes a living, breathing testament to continuity. Tradition is not merely preserved, it's palpably experienced. Your steps slow as you take in the scene, a panorama of Ashanti life, from its ceremonial rigors to its exuberant celebrations. Each drumbeat, each shared bowl, and each recounted tale etches deeper the rich texture of a life, interwoven through gold and community. As you turn to leave, you're filled with the sense that these festivities are not just ephemeral moments of joy, but vital links that bind past to present, ensuring no thread of Ashanti heritage is left frayed. This might be the true alchemy of Ashanti gold, turning history into a living, breathing continuum, where each moment, each act of celebration knits time into a seamless tapestry. You carry away with you not just memories, but the very essence of Ashanti celebration, not just as a spectator, but a participant. In this vibrant embrace of tradition and joy, you understand that to truly experience a culture is to feel its pulse, hear its stories, and dance along to its timeless rhythms. As the distant drums continue their call, you realize some experiences, like the stories and traditions of the Ashanti, resonate far beyond the places they originate, echoing through the hearts and minds of all who partake. The essence of Ashanti celebration lingers like a warm embrace. Even as you move beyond the main plaza, you wind through quieter streets where shadows of grand buildings dance against the moonlight, creating a surreal tapestry of past and present. It's here, amid the serene stillness, that you stumble upon a different kind of exchange, symbolic, intimate, and steeped in rich connotation. This isn't about gold weights or ceremonial dances. This is about the subtle undercurrents of Ashanti life, where wealth and value transcend material measures. At a small, dimly lit stall, an artisan beckons with a knowing smile. You approach, curious, as she reveals a collection of ordinary objects turned extraordinary through artistry and purpose. Beads, shells, tiny carvings, each infused with meaning that carries beyond the physical realm. Every object here is a lesson in itself, an embodiment of ideas and beliefs. One historian might argue these trinkets are remnants of ancient barter systems. Another might claim they're symbolic representations of moral virtues. In this microcosm, you discover the fringe belief that shells from certain rivers are thought to carry whispers of ancestors. Picture that. Each shell a tiny vessel ferrying ghostly echoes from the past. It's easy to chuckle, but as you hold one to your ear, there's an undeniable allure in the swirling sound that fills the void. Could ancient Ashanti have really believed something so whimsical? The concept seems straight out of a fantasy novel, yet holds a profound truth in its simplicity. Passing from the stall, you come across a group of elders seated in a circle, their voices blending into a hypnotic hum. You settle by the circle's edge, and their murmurs unveil stories about exchanges far older than gold. They speak of transactions built on trust, relationships strengthened through shared experiences, and the understanding that true wealth lies in human connections. A debate lingers in the air, historians still arguing whether the Ashanti's valuation of interconnectedness predates the broader African tradition or reflects a universal truth found elsewhere too. Their timeless wisdom dances along the same rhythms that fill you, each tale a brushstroke on the canvas of Ashanti heritage. Stepping away from the elders, you find yourself at a quiet courtyard, overlooked by most who focus on the grand ceremonies. Here, a woman carefully measures grains for the morning's porridge, her movements slow and deliberate. There's something profoundly meditative about watching her, a reminder of the daily practices that sustain life and culture. It's said that within each grain measured with care is a silent prayer for plenty, a wish for prosperity that needs no gold to shine. And remember, the Ashanti weren't just about grand exchanges. Everyday gestures held significance too. As you stroll onward, you come across a marketplace where modern trinkets intermingle with old symbols. Craftsmen selling small, symbolic pieces, and tourists haggling for them, as if buying a piece of the culture itself. This blending feels bittersweet, a modern necessity, but a transformation all the same. While artisans today maintain their heritage with meticulous care, scholars still debate whether contemporary commercialization dilutes ancient values or keeps them alive in a changing world. Standing here, amid these contrasting exchanges, you feel the past pulse through present veins. Your steps eventually guide you back toward the plaza, where the night is winding down. As the music softens into a gentle hum, you realize this is a closing chapter in a timeless book, each page brimming with echoes of history and future potentials. In your heart, the experience of tonight's Ashanti celebration burns brightly, a reminder of the intricate tapestries woven from tradition, value, and community. This evening's immersion, its layered significances, have imprinted on you a deeper understanding of how stories, symbols, and shared moments can hold societies together across ages. And so, as you wander through this twilight between days, you carry with you more than just the sensory memories of a vibrant evening. What lingers is the profound realization that in every bead, shell, or shared meal lies a world of value unspoken but felt deeply. That perhaps is the true magic of these celebrations, and the culture they spring from a connection to something greater, something timeless. The drums rest, but the heartbeat continues to pulse, a rhythm that moves from the heart's depths into the everyday lives entwined here. As the final notes of the night fade into the stars, so too does your sense of being an outsider. For a brief, shimmering moment, you're part of this continuum, a witness not just to history, but to the living essence that makes culture itself a masterpiece. The final moments of this enchanting evening see you drawn to a sacred site that echoes with the whispers of generations past. As you step into an open courtyard, you notice an arrangement of elders circling a grand fire, its flames casting intricate patterns of light and shadow upon their faces. This is where the ritual of sovereign blessings unfolds, connecting the present to the profound depths of Ashanti ancestry. Here, amidst the fire's warm glow, you witness a captivating blend of tradition. The Ashanti people have long believed that such rituals can channel ancestral spirits, their presence felt through the crackle of dancing flames. Historians still debate whether this practice's origins lie in ancient spiritual worship or as a symbolic act reinforcing community bonds. Each flickering spark tells a tale, whether it's a message of guidance or a reminder of shared heritage. As the ceremony begins, the aroma of smoldering herbs wraps around you, creating a sensory bridge between realms. You remember that intriguing notion you once heard. Certain herbs used here are thought to imbue wisdom directly from ancestors. Whether you choose to believe such mystical claims, there's no denying the reverence in each elder's movements, each gesture imbued with intention. The elders' chants rise and fall like the tides, carrying with them a sense of continuity, linking you to an age when every ritual held weight against uncertainty. Nearby, a ceremonial drummer maintains a steady rhythm, his hands a blur against taut skin. This pulse of life, historians argue, mirrors the heartbeat of the earth itself, As you stand entranced, you realize the fringe idea that drumming patterns could actually transmit messages to the ancestral realm isn't quite as outlandish as it sounds in a moment like this. Each beat seems to summon energies, both ancient and renewed. The firelight reflects in the eyes of the elders as they share one final story, a tale of the first Ashanti king, Osai Tutu. They recount how his unification of the tribes brought about an era of prosperity through strength and unity. Historians still argue whether his strategies were purely political maneuvers or imbued with spiritual foresight. Such narratives, steeped in legend, blur the lines between historical fact and mystical embellishment, leaving you to ponder what truths these stories truly hold. Standing here, amidst this ancient dance of flame and spirit, you grasp that each blessing, each whispered prayer is a thread in a grand tapestry of Ashanti life. The weight of heritage you feel, shared stories and ceremonies, serve as anchors in the ever-shifting currents of time. As the final incantation hangs in the air, you know that tonight's journey leaves you marked, part of a continuum that extends beyond the visible world and into realms of memory and myth. The ceremony's closing notes fade into the night, but their resonance remains. These final honorings serve as a poignant reminder that history, when wrapped in ritual and belief, transcends the mere passage of time. As the elders retire and the fire's glow diminishes, you carry forward an indelible connection, forever imprinted with the sense of being not just a transient visitor, but a participant in an ageless symphony of culture and spirit. As the embers settle and the night's chill gently embraces the air, you find yourself lingering in the courtyard, contemplating the profound experience of the rituals. Your mind drifts along with the wisps of smoke curling skyward, considering the layers of meaning embedded within each tradition. It's moments like these that make history feel not just a relic of the past, but a living, breathing entity guiding you through time. Historians might debate the specifics of every ceremony, but the heart of Ashanti tradition beats undeniably in spaces like these. Under the starlit sky, you recall the story of the golden stool, a sacred object said to house the soul of the Ashanti people. This stool isn't just a symbol of unity. It's an embodiment of collective spirit, a literal anchor of their culture. Imagine how much chaos would ensue if your family heirloom were literally a piece of everyone's soul. You'd risk it all to keep it safe. You wander further into the courtyard, your steps softer now, in reverence for the space still thrumming with unseen energies. An elder approaches, her eyes reflecting not just the distant flames, but also lifetimes of accumulated wisdom. She introduces you to the concept of Sankofa, a word that translates to return, and get it, literally. It's about learning from the past to build a better future. It's almost like saying, hey, maybe we could all benefit from a history refresher now and then. Nearby, a quiet quiet conversation amongst younger initiates catches your attention. They're speaking of the Akan people's day-naming customs, each day of the week bestowing particular traits and destinies upon those born into it. Historians still argue whether the Ashanti's day-naming system directly influences personal fortune, or if it's more of a cultural curiosity. You can't help but wonder if such a complex system would get you into trouble with Western horoscope aficionados. The moonlight casts long shadows, revealing another facet of Ashanti heritage. There's a story of a particular goldsmith whose craftsmanship was so revered that he was said to infuse pieces with a unique protective charm. This legend raises an eyebrow or two, right? Yet, as you look around at the serene faces in the courtyard, you get the sense that maybe blending art with a dash of mystical safeguarding isn't such a far-fetched idea. As the night deepens, you find yourself near a gathering where someone recounts the curious tale of golden dreams. Some elders believe that dreams about gold reveal an individual's connection to their ancestry or hint at future prosperity, while psychologists might scoff at such interpretations. The idea sparks your imagination. What if your wild nocturnal adventures were really coded cultural messages rather than uncaffeinated snack runs? An aroma reminiscent of roasted nuts and sweet undertones fills the air. Kola nuts being shared, a traditional symbol of hospitality and communion. Historians argue whether these treats were originally a ceremonial staple or just an especially tasty way to welcome guests. Either way, popping a piece into your mouth now feels like blending seamlessly into the tradition being shared around you. As you prepare to step away from the courtyard, you can't help but feel an interweaving of personal revelation and communal wisdom. The past 2 days have layered on you the rich textures of Ashanti culture, each strand contributing to a singular, vivid tapestry. You carry with you stories of unity, strength, and perhaps the most enchanting idea yet, that even in a modern world, ancient wisdom can guide future footsteps. And in this fleeting instant, amidst moonbeam whispers and the quiet murmurs of elders, Ashanti gold's true worth goes beyond glitter and gleam. This journey's essence, like the stories heard by the fireside, resonates within you. A reminder that some treasures lie not in vaults, but in the hearts and minds of a people united across time and space. You take a final, lingering look at the grand courtyard, where memories were both forged and rekindled. The moonlight paints everything in serene hues, illuminating the moments that will linger in your heart long after the actual sands of Ghana recede into memory. You've come to understand these traditions weren't just relics. They were, and still are, living extensions of a lineage that continues to breathe life with each ceremony, each story retold. An elder gently guides you toward the exit, her expression blending wisdom and warmth. When you leave here, she begins, her voice a soothing balm. You don't just take with you our gold, but our spirit. There's a subtle elegance in how seamlessly she encapsulates centuries of heritage in a few simple words. It's like having Wikipedia, but way more charismatic and less inclined to crash during finals week. You pass by a young apprentice, diligently polishing a ceremonial artifact. There's a moment of shared understanding. You now grasp the weight carried by each meticulously crafted piece. Did you know the Ashanti Empire was one of the few African states to resist European colonization, mainly due to their tactical use of diplomacy and military strength? Imagine organizing your resistance with such finesse, while Europeans were out there in their dowdy naval uniforms just demanding things. You cast a glance back at the sacred grounds, now a tapestry of hushed whispers and lingering spirits. It's curious, isn't it, how the same earth can feel sacred and everyday. It's like those "find your magic" quotes on Instagram, only here the magic feels a lot more tangible and a whole lot less performative. As you start your exit, you think of the golden stool legend again, and you can't help but smirk. Imagine trying to explain to a customs officer that you're carrying a literal soul container in your carry-on. Just as you're about to cross the threshold, an elder pauses and offers a small token, an insignia bearing the ochre symbol, representing the soul. Such gestures aren't just parting gifts. They're invitations to carry a piece of Ashanti wisdom with you, a reminder that you are forever woven into this grand narrative. Some folklore even suggests these symbols carry protective powers. Though let's be real, I wouldn't rely solely on it against TSA security checks. You step down the worn stone pathway, each footfall echoing both departure and remembrance. The road ahead meanders into the horizon, just as the trail of learning and discovery you followed. There's a playful twinkle in the elder's eyes as she adds, "Even the humblest traveler can become a keeper of stories." If only Uber drivers knew there's a potential lorekeeper in every back seat. Before you know it, the city's buzz starts to blend with the whispering winds of tradition. The aroma of kola nut mingles with something more familiar, perhaps street food vendors or the scent of urban life. The juxtaposition is oddly comforting. Historians still argue whether the Ashanti emphasis on kola nuts was primarily ceremonial or just really excellent marketing for local farmers. Maybe a bit of both, like how coffee shops today have community vibes and overpriced lattes. As Kumasi begins to envelop you once more, you allow yourself a moment to reflect on how you've evolved, not just as an observer, but as a participant in this living history. Stories you once read about now pulse with newfound vibrancy and depth. You think back to the rituals, the artifacts, and the people you've met, each interaction adding a richer layer to your understanding. Under the fading moonlight, with a heart full of stories and a mind brimming with insights, you make your way onward. Whether it's through tales of kingly splendor or everyday wisdom, the essence of Ashanti culture lingers like a whispered secret meant to guide you. And as you leave Kumasi, you do so not just as a visitor, but as a newly minted guardian of an incredible tapestry of tradition, ready to weave its lessons into your own life's narrative. Farewell, Kumasi, for now. Your stories will guide future dreamers, much like how you were once guided through Ashanti Gold's majestic legacy. You carry their spirit with you in stories retold and wisdom absorbed, ensuring that the journey truly never ends. The road unfolds ahead, and with every step, you feel lighter. Each story carried isn't a burden, but a feather in the soul's wings. Ashanti teachings, like Sankofa's call or Okra's depth, will echo in everyday choices, making even mundane tasks shimmer with newfound meaning. As the skyline merges with the horizon, you know this farewell is not a closure, but a transformation. The elders' wisdom, the gold's tales, and the people's warmth echo softly in each heartbeat, with a gentle nod of respect to a land rich with history, a culture vibrant with life, and people who weave stories not just into rituals, but into daily breaths. You step onward. Some treasures never leave you etched not in tangible artifacts, but in the spirit. Farewell, Kumasi, for the moment. Your stories pulse with Ashanti whispers, ready to guide the dreamer within, across lands, across times, across ages. And as you walk on, remember, the spirit isn't just about what is carried, but also about what is shared. Because in every goodbye lies the seed of a new embrace waiting ahead. The road before you feels both infinite and intimately familiar, every step a testament to the stories you now carry. As dawn's first light creeps over the horizon, it seems to illuminate not just the path ahead, but also the connections you've forged, a silent promise that these tales won't fade with the rising sun. It's funny how journeys often feel like they start with anticipation and end with reflection. You realize that you've absorbed more than mere historical facts. You've inhaled wisdom and exhaled stories, each one now nestled in your mind like an old friend. Historians still argue whether Ashanti gold actually cursed those who tried to steal it. You chuckle softly. Wouldn't that make airport security even more theatrical? As the city's rhythms blend with the whisper of morning breeze, you find a quiet bench to sit and let the world stir around you. This isn't a closing scene. It's a continuation. The script of your journey has just been enhanced with rich Ashanti ink. The golden hues of the past and the promise of the future blur together, leaving you contemplating every lesson wrapped in elegance and strength. Life, much like gold, isn't about the weight it carries, but the memories and values it encapsulates. The people you met, each smile a gem, each story a strand in the intricate web you now hold tightly to your heart. Some legends claim the Ashanti used gold to communicate with the spirits, their artifacts serving as tangible prayers. A quirky thought. Could that mean the next thing you buy is a spiritual beacon? Probably not. But nice daydream, right? Your footsteps grow lighter as you realize this departure signals not a diminishment, but an expansion, a new phase where you'll carry Ashanti teachings beyond these lands. As Kumasi's silhouette slowly fades behind you, it becomes a part of your personal tapestry, woven into the fabric of your own narrative. It's like having an ancient soul, but in a contemporary world, where wisdom from centuries past meets today's Starbucks. Under the sprawling sky, you glance back one more time, feeling a mixture of gratitude and anticipation. The spirit you've absorbed isn't locked away. It's a living essence, ready to breathe life into new connections, new understandings, and maybe even new legends. Because once you experience such a deep well of tradition, you carry that spring forward, its water nourishing the seeds of tomorrow. And so, you move forward, letting the stories guide you like an internal compass. The tales of Ashanti gold, their ceremonies, and their wisdom will continue to illuminate your path, whispering gently through each choice and encounter. Their lessons aren't just remnants of history. They're blueprints for a journey that continues, always evolving, always inspiring. Farewell, Kumasi, but not goodbye. The stories you've collected are more than souvenirs. They're compasses pointing the way to new adventures, new understandings, an ongoing journey where the past continuously molds the present. As the first rays of the sun rise higher, they seem to bless both the journey you've completed and the ones yet to unfold. The road ahead isn't just an exit, it's a threshold into a world enriched by the vivid tapestry of cultures, traditions, and ultimately human connections. Your stories, now part of you, echo with Ashanti whispers, ready to inspire, uplift, and challenge you, ensuring that this journey indeed never ends. With each step, you're not just walking away, but walking forward, driven by the essence of shared narratives and timeless wisdom. And as you move on, remember, the spirit of your journey isn't just what you take with you, but also what you discover, share, and most importantly, live. Because in every farewell, there's always the promise of new beginnings, eagerly awaiting you ahead. The sun has now risen completely, casting a gentle golden glow over everything you see, a final blessing over the paths you've walked and the ones you will tread. Your footsteps, once hurried and eager, now feel naturally slow and unburdened. Every muscle in your body eases open to this closing chapter, knowing that endings like these are rare and special. You find a quiet spot under a tree, its leaves swaying as if whispering their own farewells. You pull out a notebook and pen from your bag, flipping to a blank page. It's a simple action, but today it feels almost ceremonial, a way to anchor these floating moments. The notebook, worn and well-loved, can hold the heart of your experiences, stories, feelings, glimmers of wisdom, now nestled beside other treasured fragments of your life's journey. You write slowly, savoring each word, letting them form pathways through the labyrinth of your thoughts. The air feels charged, a gentle breeze moving through the branches overhead. Each leaf seems to rustle a quiet goodbye, an invitation to leave some part of this moment here in Kumasi, knowing you'll carry the rest deeply within you. Your script pauses, letting the world step into the foreground. You look around, the sky's clear blue, the murmurs of the city waking up, the birds beginning their melodies. Everything feels both close and distant, like a vivid dream that holds the texture of real life. Closing your eyes for a brief moment, you breathe in deeply, centering yourself in this final moment. In your mind, each story you've gathered finds a place, rich tapestries woven together. The gold, the ceremonies, the teachings, they're no longer just words or memories, but vivid companions that sit with you. These insights will guide your steps, much like a whisper from a wise friend. They remind you of the importance of balance, the value of connections, and the power of living stories. When you open your eyes, the notebook rests quietly in your lap. A small, satisfied smile creeps across your face. Every journey ends, but each ending holds seeds for new beginnings. Kumasi still hums behind you, its stories pulse gently in your heart. There's an inherent peace in knowing that wisdom once gathered still grows stronger, each understanding branching out into your future. Rising from under the tree, you feel the warmth of the new day wrap around you. The promise of tomorrow stretches out like the roads you've come to know. They're new paths, different opportunities to share, to dream, to connect. And as you turn away from the city and towards your next horizon, you recognize the stories within you now. They're a treasure, a blessing, and guidance through the vast landscapes of your ongoing adventure. With soft, even strides, you walk forward, letting each step blend with the rhythm of the day. The past flows seamlessly into your now, not as a burden, but as a guide. Quiet confidence floods your senses. You know that with every new dawn, these stories will quietly whisper their lessons, their values, their whispers of timeless wisdom. Farewell for now, Kumasi, for every ending marks not a goodbye, but a transition into the next chapter. A gentle reminder that journeys like these never truly end, but evolve into the fabric of your life story. And as you move forward under the expansive sky, the tales you carry aren't just echoes of history. They're guides, mentors, and companions along this beautiful journey called life. Until we meet again,